Okay, ignore my part 2 question. Andrew got to it before the TTS went through.
Hey, what's up, by the way, Ogle? It's always nice to see you over here.
Always good to see Ogle. Ogle's a legend.
He gives me some shit, but I let it go.
Yeah, he's a good guy. He's a good guy, and he's popped a couple champagne bottles.
What are we
too.
running live today, by the way?
What's that?
What are we running live today?
Running live?
Yeah, on numbers.
Oh, viewership.
Yeah.
We have almost 8,000 concurrent viewers, and I think we have about on YouTube, and we have just under 8,000, and we have about 1,000 on Twitch.
Plus several thousand.
And then there's a good amount. So we got over 10,000 total
Nice.
across different platforms. We have Chaw here.
It's good to see all you guys.
Chaw XD donated $69.
Thank you, Chaw. Appreciate
I presume Oliver is also against fresh out of high school
Yes.
women being given loans
I
to
think
go to college.
Hold on,
right?
predatory
Because
loans.
That seems more potentially damaging than marrying a 35-year-old man.
Absolutely. Student loans
Quick
are
thing on
super
this if you
predatory.
can.
I am 100% on board with
You're
this.
against
They basically
No, you're not.
predatory lending.
You're
Absolutely.
lying
it
again
is.
through your teeth. So let me
Okay.
show you what he's doing. He says, no, I'm 100% against predatory student loans. No, he's against predatory loans for everybody. Whatever's predatory for the loan is what he's against. That's fair enough. But he's not specifically against loaning 18-year-olds money, are you?
I'm against it being predatory.
Yeah, again, are you against loaning 18-year-olds money?
I know.
Of course.
Well, how does that not follow from what I said?
Because the idea here is that at the same time you're trying to say they don't have enough requisite agency to make the determination as to what is predatory, you still make the claim that they can assert what is or is not predatory by saying still give them loans. How do they assess whether or not the loans are predatory or not? They don't have agency, bro.
I'm not saying they don't have agency.
So
I'm
why-
saying
so why-
because you
so
can
how are the loans predatory?
Because you can draw particular lines as to what is and isn't predatory.
Well, what
if
is
I
predatory
loan
about a
someone,
student loan?
it's a ton of fucking money. I actually maybe think that you shouldn't be able to loan an 18-year-old like $50,000 right out of high school.
Because they don't have the requisite agency to make that
Sure,
decision?
probably.
Okay, so but to vote they can, including voting on policy, which would allow 18-year-olds to borrow $50,000.
Sure, Andrew.
Fucking genius level argument,
okay.
bro. Yeah.
People can vote against my interest, and I still think they should be able to vote, Andrew.
Yeah.
This is the thing. You're like, oh
I'm
my
not
God,
making the
people
argument.
could vote, and it could go against what you want, Oliver. Oh my God, did you know democracy can dissolve democracy? I do. I'm not saying it can't.
Bro.
I'm saying those people should still
This
be able to
argument
vote on
doesn't
this.
track, though. Then why don't we have 17-year-olds vote?
I think they probably should.
16-year-olds?
I think that anyone, I mean, it's an interesting argument, but I'm sympathetic to the idea that anyone who has the ability to be in the voting booth should probably be able to vote.
That would be 10-year-olds.
Probably. What? So, Andrew, here we go. Now, granted,
I'm going to go have a smoke while I ponder about 10-year-olds voting.
Hold on. I'm gonna actually explain this because I think it's an interesting argument, and I've seen some people make compelling points for it. Andrew, the same arguments as to why children should not be able to vote are the same arguments that people pose against women voting. Oh, they're just going to vote like their parents do. They're just going to vote like their husbands do. They don't have the requisite knowledge in order to make this information. Most people don't have the requisite knowledge and information to make stuff. So if kids...
You're actually making a compelling argument against most people voting.
You're
making a better argument against most people voting than you are for children to be able to vote.
Okay, if we allow everyone to vote, then we should allow children to vote. If you're saying we shouldn't allow...
We don't allow everyone to vote.
I know,
Do we allow prisoners to vote?
This guy's
but
Should
nuts.
they be able to?
Yeah, I think
yeah,
they
of course,
should.
and 10-year-olds. Yeah, so here's the idea here, right? This is what's so funny about this argument.
Yeah.
The reason why you thought this argument was good is because you talked to nothing but fucking leftists. And so you share a paradigm. Because you share the paradigm, you forgot about the criticism to the paradigm.
what is it?
The paradigm is, well, it's really hard for us within our worldview to justify why it is a 10-year-old should be able to vote because we start with the presupposition everybody should be able to vote.
What's the difference?
You start with that supposition
No,
already.
what?
You already start with the idea that everyone, that's the only thing that
URL
holds this
me.
worldview up. What else holds it up?
That people who are affected by the policy that they're passing should be able to vote.
That would be everybody,
I think largely, yes.
including 9-year-olds.
Sure.
So then the idea here is that because everybody should be able to vote, that includes children. But here's the interesting part. Then you come up against my paradigm. And I don't start with the supposition that everyone should be able to vote,
Yes.
even if everything affects them.
Equality is not the basis.
No,
for
because
your
that's
worldview.
stupid. It's
Yeah.
actually functionally stupid.
Wait, they actually succeeded? What the fuck?
So these people are designated as a terrorist organization now, right? Oh, it's since Saturday already. What?
Around 45,000 households were left without electricity in southwest Berlin after high voltage power lines were damaged by a fire, which authorities have described as a politically motivated attack by far-left extremists. With power restored in some areas, around 35,000 households will remain affected until Thursday, authorities have said, as poor weather conditions continue to hamper.
There's literally a sign that says, "Wir arbeiten für Sie an unserem Stromnetz." We can tell, right?
Repair operations. Police patrols were heavy.
Irony.
Military has set up shelters for
Yeah, I know.
those
We just went
whose
outside
homes
the
are
fucking
already
shop.
too
Jesus
cold
Christ.
to stay in. Last September, an attack
I had to drive very slowly.
on an electricity pylon in Berlin left around 50,000 homes without power, taking around 60 hours to be restored.
It's high time we start putting some of these people against the wall again, dude. Like, you want to act like wild animals, we're gonna treat you like them. I see no moral objection with that. I don't give a fuck what color you are, right? Like, that has nothing to do with it. And considering it's far left, it's almost very likely to be nothing but white people. No, you put them against the wall, man. That's terrorism. That's literal terrorism. It's the very definitionally textbook like case of terrorism. Death penalty. Because if you do 25 years, then you have to pay for them for 25 years. You put them against the wall, you put like 4 or 5 bullets in their head, and then you drop them in a ditch. Costs you like $50. You've solved the problem of what they're doing permanently, and it didn't cost you any money. Build a fam. Well, that's a bit much. Well, we'll pick up the tab, right? Let's not go overboard either. That's a bit much, right? That's brutal and savage. You know? I'm just interested in a law and order, you know? And I feel like sticking somebody in a box until they die is much less humane than just putting a bullet in their head and being done with it.
Twin sabers. Just as OG
Legally,
described.
obviously, we're talking legally. Can't have vigilantes all over the place. That'd be much worse.
Voices. Why do we stay here? Need more prey, more meat.
And you will have it once Elias has finished his grand work.
What work?
You will see soon, bro. The seeds we have sown will bear fruit. Gulran will be reborn, and so will...
What work?
Elias, he is poised to
Random.
summon Andariel into the world. Her power will lift us to new heights. And of course, you will have more meat.
I want to watch.
Certainly, great bro. You will be the guest of honor.
What work? Jesus.
Andariel, the Maiden of Anguish. That is the lesser evil he means to summon.
Bitch,
Heavens help us.
this bitch was Act 1's lesser evil, right? End boss. I'm not scared. I like how the build I went with is literally click as little as possible. Like, it's all auras, dude. I just need to stand near the enemies and they take holy fire. Kappa. The light will burn you. It's a pretty chill build, I'm not gonna lie.
The master calls forth the maiden. You will not disturb him.
Also, they're 100% going to nerf this fucking... this character, there's no fucking way. It's so broken.
Look at all this. An archive of the Forbidden, handpicked by Elias himself. He must be planning to summon Andariel somewhere else. But he did his research here. Look around. There might be some clues that can tell us where the ritual will take place.
Barbarian? Yeah, the Barbarian is still garbage. Apparently. From the research I did.
The prophecy is unfolding.
I mean, it's... They seemingly got rid of, like, most of the fucking nonsense, so that's nice.
Evils come. They will find no easy prey. We will be ready. Our rebirth begins here, with Andariel chained to the heart of Gulran. She will feed on the suffering in this city of anguish, and we in turn will feed on her. Andariel's power will be ours to wield against the other lords of hell. If more must die to see
Like, I'm quite enjoying it.
pass,
And it was terrible at launch, by the way.
I will not fail you.
Like, I absolutely hated it. The beta was great, but then you realized when the game came out that like
Chronicles of the eternal conflict.
they showed you the good part of the game. You know what I mean?
Thousands of years old. Grimoires of Diablo.
And just
Bale,
the way
stuff.
it's set up with like generators and spinners is like a little but the most damaging part was like all of the fucking affixes and prefixes that were all just fucking really dumb and needlessly intricate. Like there was 4 different affixes for gold. Like you had gold, chilled, slowed, frozen. Like there's like 5 different fucking. It's so dumb, dude. And they seemingly did away with that. I haven't really seen those yet. To be fair, I just been running around, not clicking anything, having everything basically just die in my presence. So.
I recognize many of these books. He must have stolen them from their Roderick vault. Andariel, chained to the heart of Gulran. Her evil will not stay contained here. It will drown the land in suffering.
This is beyond madness.
Quite the opposite.
This is
Elias
Sparta!
for once. When I knew him, he was searching for purpose. I couldn't give him one, and so he found it in Lilith. I didn't stop him. I let him become this.
Now is our chance to make it right. Before things get even worse.
Yes, we have what we need. The summoning will take place at the Temple of the Primes in Mount Sibo. Now to find a way out. Knowing Elias, he would have had an escape route in case. Behind the bookcase.
Want prisoners to be able to vote that they can give themselves guns in prison.
Give themselves guns in prison? Yeah, they can vote on that. They're gonna get outvoted, Andrew. And there can still be, wait a second, there can still be protections in democracy that don't make it mob rule. That's fine. I'm not saying that we should give prisoners guns. I'm saying that,
But you want them to be able to vote on being able to give themselves guns.
I want them to be able to vote on that, but
Yeah.
I think there can be overriding
aware-
considerations. I think there can be
Yeah.
overriding considerations,
there can be
Andrew.
I thought they could be, y'all should
Hold
be
on,
able to vote.
Hold on. Look at the Bill of Rights.
Okay.
We have something that is designed to counter the majoritarian practice of voting.
No, actually
Yes.
at the local level, what is it? What is it?
At the ordinances and statutes.
No, ordinances and statutes. So, have you ever heard of the sannyasins?
Enlighten me, Andrew.
Okay, so the sannyasins took over. They were a cult, and they took over a small town. I don't remember. I think it was in Oregon. You can pull up where the sannyasins were. I don't remember where it was, but they took over the entire local town because what they did was they moved in. They bought land right next to it, thousands of acres. They were inside of that municipality, and so what they did was they went and voted themselves all.
This
of the
guy
positions
thinks everyone should be able to vote, including children. I mean, what can you say against that? It's like a non-starter, bro. Right?
power inside of that town, and they ended up poisoning a lot of people in that town. Right? They took over all the police stations, everything.
But you
else.
didn't, and now
The
everyone's in
problem
deep
that you
shit.
have is the 10th Amendment. You forget about this, which is that powers which aren't delegated to the
Are reserved for the states.
They're
I'm not
reserved for the
saying they're
states.
not reserved.
Localized municipalities within those states, in especially prison towns, the prisoners can actually outnumber everyone else in the town. So they could actually, by your view, if they were able to vote and have federal protections for voting, vote themselves fucking guns, and the state couldn't overrule it. They couldn't overrule it.
No, that's not the case.
It
at
is
all.
the case.
Different if states can make election law.
Bro,
that's different from the federal government.
Can states make election laws which violate the federal constitution?
No,
because the 10th Amendment doesn't apply, right?
Well, the 10th
So
Amendment
if it is the case that there's an amendment,
but I'm saying it wouldn't.
if it is
apply
the
to
case
them.
that the 10th Amendment says you can't abridge voting for anybody, which would be exactly what we would need for right for everybody to vote, right? Just like we had the 19th Amendment, just like we have
Why
the 19th
can't you make
Amendment.
a carve out for prisoners? What would be the argument for making a carve out for prisoners, but not for
Because
children?
you just said everyone should be able to vote and they'll always get outvoted, but that's actually not the case. If you made the amendment for all people to be able to vote, the states could not actually tell prisoners inside of counties where there's prisons where they outnumber everyone that they can't vote themselves guns, you doofus.
No, because state election law can be different. I'm not saying...
No, it can't violate federal law.
I'm saying that the federal law would probably and should have provisions in it that ensure...
That not everyone can vote?
Yes, Andrew.
Oh, wow, you're a fucking genius.
I
You mean
think that
exactly what I proposed, that
think
not everyone can
I think
vote?
that prisoners should be able to vote in federal elections, absolutely. Because that type of policy directly affects them in a way that state
All policy affects them.
Of course it affects them, but state policy has to do with more integral things like that, and they should not be able to vote themselves out of power or out of prison. I'm not saying...
Why not? They have the power to
Hold
vote.
on.
Doesn't violate the federal constitution. What's the problem here?
I think the problem is you're looking at the problem of people
The problem
voting.
is you don't want those
No.
fucking people to vote.
No,
And
I
you
don't-
won't admit it
Somewhere
because
in
it's
this
another inconsistency in your worldview.
The
Just admit it.
Triune
No.
You don't want them to
reclaimed
vote.
ancient temple.
Admit it.
I don't want them to vote at the local level.
You don't want them to vote, period, because they're dangerous to society, and you want to take dangerous people and abridge them from voting against you.
Okay.
Isn't that true?
No, Andrew, it's not.
Oh, yes, it is.
Okay.
And your worldview just got exposed real bad there, too.
Sure. I was running a style of argument, Andrew. Okay?
It's a terrible style.
Okay, thank you.
What was the argument again?
The argument that kids should be able to vote. I think a lot of the justifications for it kind of fail on the same basis because I understand your worldview, Andrew. Because if you think women shouldn't vote and most people shouldn't be able to vote, then you do have a consistent position. Okay.
I'm gonna there's a lot of chats to get through, so I'm gonna let them come through while we have Oliver still here at the table.
X
Andrew's just
underscore
getting
A
smoked.
underscore L underscore P underscore H underscore
you.
A underscore X
your name
donated
is killing me.
$69. My mom and stepfather are 18 years apart. She is in 40s, he's 60, has been together 20. It works, lol, grow up, kid.
Quick response to this, Oliver.
Says he tired.
Sure, I'm not saying it can't work for individual people 18 years apart. I do think that that's, I mean, I would be curious, been together 20. Yeah, I'm not trying to make prescriptions for everyone, okay? I'm not trying to say that for every single person it's not going to work in a particular way. I'm saying that I think that like 41-year-olds who like exclusively seek out 18-year-olds, no. Like seek out people who are at least closer to their age, at least out of college, at least have something that's not just high school in their experience, being a child. All they know is being a child if they're 18. They've just turned 18. Like this is such a, I don't know. It's just, I don't know. It's
Yeah. If you guys want to get a message in, $69 TTS, that's streamlabs.com/whatever. We got a bunch coming through. Oliver Hater.
Oliver
Okay.
Hater donated $69.
You got a hater.
Oliver,
All right.
would you address the time that you
What?
allegedly exposed yourself without consent to
No.
a young woman, leading you to get cancelled on TikTok?
Oliver, just. Are you wearing this? Just because of camera angles, are you wearing underpants?
I am wearing pants. Yes.
Underpants.
I am wearing underpants.
Okay, just
yes.
because the angle, because your leg, the camera might just. I didn't want like a crotch, a flash. Did you want to respond to the message?
I don't really need to give a full response to that.
Into the
I don't really need to give a full response to that. You know, teenagers do stupid things. I did nothing that was out of line for a teenager. You are right. There was an incident on TikTok why I left TikTok for a while, and now I'm back because I think that people make mistakes as teenagers. I did not do anything that was out of the ordinary behavior in that
I feel like I'm
sense.
being set up.
Thought this might get brought up, but I guess it did on here. So yeah.
Okay. We have 4J Whitetails coming through.
Forge Whitetails donated $69. Andrew, you're the goat, shout out. Oliver, you are a beta male that sounds like you were raised by a woman with no male presence in the household. Man, I'd like to come
I really-
and show him up.
Dude, 90% of these fucking TTSs are so stupid as well, man. It's like, what the fuck?
Okay, Whitetails, appreciate the message. We have Loco Burrito coming in here. Whitetails, appreciate the message. Thank you, Loco.
Loco Burrito donated $69. Do you believe an 18-year-old should have the agency to start an account and do stuff on camera but shouldn't have the agency to date a 41-year-old?
Quick response to this
Sure,
if
I
you
can
can.
give a response to that. Once again, I'm not saying agency in terms of they should like be prohibited from doing so. They can do it if they want. I just think it's a bad idea, and I think camera's different than the lens. So
Okay, we have USM Crib, thank you. Big 200, thank you so
I
much.
can't help but notice, that was actually a decent question. I can't help but notice he didn't actually engage with the OnlyFans part of that question.
much, man. W's in the
Oliver
chat for
needs
crib.
to
Yeah, I know, right? It's like $100, $200, and then they say some stupid shit, dude. That's what you spend your money on? Man, you're just as dumb as the guy you're, like, trying to shit on, right? In my opinion.
Mephisto.
put on his wig, lipstick and eyeshadow. Andrew is the best. Keep up the great work.
By the way, I did want to say, when I had my nails painted, they were painted black. I was dating a goth.
I told you I can handle.
Were they
woman.
black? Did you paint them black?
She painted them black.
But they were black.
Black. Is that the
Oh,
most
thank God.
masculine?
Thank God. Well, I can at least, from like a rock star view,
Yeah.
I guess understand the black, but dude.
Look.
But that's not the same thing as like, okay, honey, you can paint them, put sprinkles on them.
Yeah, no.
It's not that it's a threat to masculinity.
This was mid 2000s.
It's definitely a threat to masculinity. Don't paint your goddamn nails if you're a dude. Like,
Helena,
what the fuck?
I'm not.
It's just
okay.
kind of weird.
It's
It's weird.
Look,
It's at least more understandable, I would say.
it was kind of peak, getting into the hipster era. Anyways, here, there's a bunch. Let me get them.
It protects your nails, bitch. Put on gloves.
Like,
Like,
$69.
what the
All of
fuck?
his objections apply to rich versus
It's all class,
poor.
yeah.
So a lawyer who marries a barista is a predator, even if in the same age group.
All right, Wizard. Appreciate that message.
I guess there's like with the makeup thing, for example, there's a little bit of like leeway there because you can like cover up a blemish that you're like really insecure about, or maybe you got like your ass beat and you need to like get rid of a black eye, right?
His meddling has drawn echoes of the
That I can get to some degree, but overall, yeah, what the fuck are you doing? Like,
put things back.
I think that for women too, don't you? What the fuck is with the makeup, right?
You've brought peace.
Like, you're just lying about yourself to yourself as well. That's not you. It's just you under a fucking layer of bullshit. It's like, I don't feel like they need it either, right? They look just fine, guys. Most of you look just fine. Like, most of the men look just fine.
Chef Dill Pickle's coming in.
Oh yeah, what's up, by the way, Wizard? I haven't seen him in there for a while.
Thank you, Wizard. Appreciate it. We got a bunch. So if you guys do want to give responses, I just ask for responses are
Chef
quick.
Dill Pickles donated $100.
Thank you, Pil.
Man lies and identifies as woman and passes. Doesn't hold the belief. Do you expose them?
Good question. Yes.
Forces of hell approach.
Sure.
Oh, was this just for Andrew?
I don't know.
Okay. Man lies and identifies as woman, doesn't hold the belief. Okay.
I mean, he exposed me either way.
Thank you, Dill Pickles. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate it. We got Nevermind back again. Thank you. We had, I think.
Nevermind donated $70. My grandfather fought in World War II, EU country.
Yep.
He married a much younger woman. She held the authority when it came to familial matters. They remained together until death. Age is not authority.
Oh, the wolf is Mephisto.
Which is really interesting because this would lean in very quickly to the utilitarian argument that he would make, which is that post-World War II, actually...
luck in recent years. Trapped in those soulstone trinkets.
You're too late.
My essence is reforming.
I hate the new voice, it
So
sucks.
my power has limits. We all have our ups and downs, don't we?
You deserve far worse.
All I have done is offer you help, and yet you repay me with hatred. Why not
You are the Lord of Hatred.
focus that anger on Lilith for the time being? Take my blessing. Destroy her. Save your world. The victims of my brother, Baal. He laid waste to the barbarian lands long before your time. I wish I could have seen it with my own eyes. This has upset the balance at the Temple of the Primes. And those shades of the past belong in Baal's domain, not mine. But I do welcome their hatred.
it was somewhere around 2/3 of the young men of France between World War I and World War II were completely decimated, and so women married older men. That was who was available, and guess what? They had great lives. In fact, the tradition is in such a state of ongoingness in France that their very president did the same fucking thing, dude. It's a terrible argument.
All right, we have Ogle here. We got a lot, guys. I'm trying to get them out as quick as possible.
Blue.net donated $69.
Ogle, thank you so much,
I think Oliver sells young women's intelligence and capabilities short. As a man at a certain position in life, I can guarantee you the women looking for older rich guys are themselves quite exploitative.
Right, which is really funny because while he does the goddess worship thing, the woman worship thing, I'm the actual one in the room who sees women as ontologically being equal to men. I see them as being literally, by the state of being, the value of women being equal to men, whereas he elevates. That's what's so funny about it, ultimately.
It's not the first time.
All right, one shot, thank you.
One shot to 17 donated $69. Oliver, 18-year-olds can take on social responsibilities like getting sent abroad and getting their limbs blown off.
Yeah.
Also, Oliver, 18-year-olds shouldn't date people established in life. Muppet take.
Hold on. Ideally, the goal is that no one gets their arms blown off.
That's great.
And I'm against the draft. So yeah, we shouldn't be sending people to get their arms blown off.
Do you think that draft, right? They can still join the military at 18 either way.
Sure.
And still go get their limbs blown off.
Okay.
Okay. We have Christopher. Hey, Christopher, thank you, man.
Christopher Scott.
Like every time this guy gets his argument blown out of the water, he just goes, okay. It's like talking to a wall, dude. Like, holy shit. Maybe internalize some of the arguments and adjust your position based on the new factual evidence you've just received. No? Too much? Okay.
Okay to not have answer all the time.
I agree. I would have had more respect for that. But instead he said, I do have reputations, just don't want to give them. That's bullshit.
I think at a certain point when someone's arguing that, like, that behavior is acceptable, there's no point in responding.
That doesn't... Why?
Because
that makes no
it's
sense.
harmful. I'm not
Yeah, that makes no sense, dude. So you're not going to respond to arguments because you don't believe in them?
I'm not saying I don't believe in them. Andrew.
Yes, you are.
I'm not going to concede to you that it's okay for a 41-year-old to date an 18-year-old.
But also refuse to give refutations.
I was giving refutations.
You
just
gave
because
nothing.
you don't like the refutation.
What was the refutation? Give me
I
one.
already gave the refutation.
That it was exploitative, and then you immediately contradicted it.
I did. People are in different stages of life.
Everyone's in different stages of life.
Correct, and there's some people who are more than others, and just because I can't draw
at the same age. At the same age.
And they are if they are the same age, that lessens the likelihood that they are in vastly different stages of life with different experiences and things
No,
of that
actually it
nature.
doesn't. Because of the amount of people who are similarly aged who date each other, the fucking pool is way larger for differential life experiences in comparison to the few people who have age gap relationships based around attraction, dude. You actually expand the pool.
Okay.
You expand the pool for exploitation and only hyper-focus on this because from the feminist purview, you want men to look like predators.
I don't want men to look like
then
predators.
Then what? Every argument you make seems to be that the man's being predatory here.
I think that if a man or a woman who's 41 is trying to date someone who's 18, that is predatory. It's not precluded on gender.
Yeah, except for some reason I have a feeling that if we went down this road even more, I could very quickly expose that you would think it was worse when men did it than when women did it.
I think it is. Absolutely. And I'll admit that right now because men are stronger.
Exactly.
And men are stronger and men can exert their will.
It's a literal misandrist view. How? It is not an equal view.
Because men and women aren't equally strong.
But they can equally exploit.
Men can more easily exploit.
No, men can't always more easily exploit, especially in age gap relationships. Especially in age gap relationships where women have a ton of resources and access to the slander. No, that is not the case that the 18-year-old's just going to strong arm her into submission, dude. That's ridiculous. Even if we were to take this exploitative route, that still makes no sense.
Well, just a quick clarification for the audience. Oliver, so just your position here is that when it comes to age gap relationships, both are bad, but worse when men date younger women.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just a clarification.
Correct. Largely. It doesn't mean. Wait a second. It doesn't in every case. It doesn't mean in every case. There's going to be exceptions.
Nothing's a monolith.
Going to be, of course.
But
just one point of clarification. Are age gaps between older women and younger men, are they...
Isn't that crazy too? Like in the last 5 to 10 years, you always have to say not all, when beforehand that was like just accepted already that you didn't mean not all. Like discourse in our respective nations is just like dropped to a fucking rock bottom level, dude.
Totally in the clear for you, or they're bad but not as bad.
It depends. It depends on the age gap, and also
general,
I don't like to rank things on badness. Neither of them should happen. Just don't.
By the way, I just want to point out that your issuance there on saying that strength is the big differential on the age gap thing for why it's worse for men than women. You would also have to make this case when it's the case that a male teacher sleeps with a female student who's underage versus a female sleeps with a male student. Wouldn't you have to concede that that's actually worse when it's a female or a male who sleeps with a female student?
These are children.
No, they can 8 to 18. Let's say they're 18.
I mean, it's still power differentials, so it's someone abusing a position of authority.
Yeah, I know,
I'm
but
not
wouldn't it
gonna
be
rank
worse
the
because the
badness
man's
of
stronger,
predatory.
right? No? Well, then you contradict yourself again.
Oh my God!
It's a
Fine.
second time,
Okay,
dude.
if you want the position to be, it's equally wrong for men to date women who are 18.
But you don't
and
believe
it's-
that.
What? I don't care about that belief because it doesn't.
You don't care
really
about the
matter.
belief that you believe?
No, because in either way it shouldn't happen.
Oh, okay,
it shouldn't happen.
But still, when we get down to the dynamics, it seems like you worship women. Now you're backtracking on the belief that you don't really believe, but you believed 5 seconds ago. Isn't that interesting? How everything's always tailored towards the bashing of men. Every single time we get to the differentials,
Convenient
men
cop
bad, men
out.
bad, men bad.
Don't you agree that men are generally stronger than women? Like,
Yes,
I'm
of
confused.
course, but that doesn't mean that I agree, especially in modernity, that when it comes to things like social, men are completely discouraged from even physically defending themselves from women. Discouraged from it. Women are not discouraged from slandering men. In fact, it's you go, girl. If they have a dating website where they're like, this guy is bad, he has a small dick, this and that, they have made slander websites, and they're fucking encouraged to do it.
Damn it, Elias. I warned you not to walk this path.
Laura, have you...
That seemed a little easy. I'm guessing that was the idea.
Please, come with me.
Something tells me that was the idea. Bro, this character is so broken. Like, it's fucking nuts. I've not had any trouble with anything in this game. And when you play, for example, I was playing a rogue earlier, that is completely different.
Okay.
Men aren't encouraged to beat women's brains in, dude. Anywhere in the West, they're not encouraged to do that.
Okay.
We got, it looks like almost 10 chats. We're going to let them through. By the way, Ogul, I do see your specific message. I'm going to let these come through just so I can get them pulled up, and then I'll pull up your specific message. Ogul, we have Based Thor here.
Based Thor donated $69. It's predatory for older men to
Thank you,
date younger women, but why don't we shame younger women for preying on older men for
Yeah,
their
I
resources
know.
then? Typical shame tactic trying to turn something legal predatory.
Anna Nicole Smith.
Who's that director who's dating? Who's dating a younger guy currently?
Well, just look at Ashton Kutcher. I mean, the list goes on and on.
Donated $69. Oliver is not for feminism. Think from the women's side. If she's 18 and wanted to marry a 41, then you should be on her side. Oliver, stop being a hypocrite. You're just losing the debate.
Do you deny the hypocrisy allegations, or?
I like watching debates because it's blood sports. Intellectual, well, sort of intellectual blood sport. But I'd much rather have conversations because debates is all about like making the other guy look bad and stuff, right? I'd much rather have a conversation that you can like take information and absorb the information and maybe change your fucking mind about things. You know what I mean? Like a debate won't ever do that.
No, I don't. Wait, but what, then you should be on her side. Just because you believe in feminism doesn't mean you believe in every single woman's choice being the correct decision. It doesn't mean you just go rah rah women no matter what. So
Sure. There's a bunch more coming in. We got Oliver's right.
Donated $69.
He has been right a lot.
I agree with Oliver that women are easily manipulated by predatory people. They also shouldn't be allowed to enter contracts where they can fall into debt by predatory institutes like college or credit.
Quick response
not
on this.
specific to women as well, okay?
There's one bit of good news.
Of course not.
Okay, thank you, Oliver's right. We have D's Nates again. Thank you, D's Nates. Appreciate
D's
it.
Nates donated $69. What if we looked at 18-plus relationships on a case-by-case? I know more 20s have been beat by their 20s-year partner, not their 40-year partner. I won't draw a line at a specific age. I draw a line at 18.
Exactly. Two forms of, well, one's hypocrisy, the other's just a straight contradiction. I'm not going to, it's a threshold, I'm not going to draw a line in it, except 18's the line that I draw. It's like, it's just bullshit.
All right, we have Robert Tanner. Hey, good to see you, man. Thank you.
Robert Tanner donated $69. Hey Andrew and Brian, good show tonight.
Thank you, thank
I
you.
am still confused on Oliver's definition of predatory.
I'm confused, Robert Tanner, why I haven't seen you send in $69 yet tonight. And you need to send in another $69 fucking apology.
Wow, that's what. Damn, Robert. Andrew's got a point there. All right, we got SIB. Whoa, thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Zero donated $69.
Thank you.
Andrew, you're wasting time. This kid is arguing against age gaps because he is 21, and older men are his primary competition for women his age. Similar reason 40 years / show female feminists share his view.
Would you date a conservative woman? Just curious, like, you know,
conservative, probably
like
not.
if she was just stacked, though. Like she was stacked.
Well, no, I wouldn't date someone who doesn't share my core values. So
But-
no, I would not.
But she's stacked.
No.
Okay, just check. Just okay, a little banter. All right, a little banter.
Would you
Okay.
date a woman if she was submissive?
Like I already kind of answered this question in my last debate. Like all the time, like she wanted
Sure.
to submit to my authority. No, I wouldn't.
What if she wanted to submit to it like 80% of the time?
No.
70?
And there's, once again, Andrew, line drawing problem here.
Well, in this case, I'm not even going to hold you to it. I'm just curious.
No, I'm not
Like if she was just mostly submissive, let's just say
No,
that.
I wouldn't want someone who's mostly submissive.
So
I
you
also
want a vexing fucking woman who gave you attitude?
There we go. And there's the dichotomy that he likes to draw. Having someone who is assertive, knows what they want, is intellectually stimulating, is smart, has goals, has hobbies, has achievements, is equivalent to Andrew of being someone who's constantly nagging you. Because he can't see the difference between women who are high achieving and those who apparently are nagging and completely terrible to
There's
be with.
no false dichotomy. Do you agree that you would never have any issues with nagging from a woman who is 100% submissive?
What?
Would you agree with me that it can't be a false dichotomy because if it is the case that you had a woman who was 100% submissive, you wouldn't have to worry about nagging?
I mean, presumably not. No.
Yeah, so then if there was just she nagged 1%, she was only 99% submissive, then it can't be a false dichotomy because this would mean, what's the entailment here? Again, one more time, I'm just going to ask you, 100% submissive submission means no nagging ever,
That's
right?
not the point I made.
Yeah,
I'm
it is the point you're making.
I'm talking about, is it possible for a woman to be smart, career-driven, enjoy having many different varieties of hobbies, engaging in intellectual conversation, and not doing whatever you described as vexing something like that? Is that possible?
Of course.
Okay, so then why did you characterize what I said I value in a woman as that?
Because what you're talking about is something which is trivially true, and I'm talking about something which is objectively true. So it's trivially true that you can make the threshold like you can have a woman who has all these robots
This is annoying.
also doesn't nag you that much. There's a little bit of nagging, maybe not that much. There's going to be some nagging, though. There's no way around that, right? Period. You agree, right? There's going to be at least some.
Well, it depends what you mean by nagging.
Well, whatever you think nagging is. There's going to be at least some.
I think there's likely going to be nagging in any type of relation, a little bit.
That's the
I think
point.
there's always
Unless
be a
they're
little
100% submissive,
bit.
right?
No, yeah. And correct.
Yes. Okay.
And
So
then
then
fine.
what you're saying, right? What I'm saying is objectively true. What you're saying is only trivially true. And I will agree with what's trivially true if you agree with what's objectively true.
Yeah, if a woman is 100% submissive, she probably would not be nagging. I'm
Yes,
not denying
perfect.
that. Fine, cool. I don't
All
want a 100% submissive woman.
We've got some more chats to get through. Oh, wait.
TX Rec
Yeah.
19
Thank
deemed
you.
at $69. Andrew, my man.
This is it. Hells be damned.
What'd we just do?
I commend you for your patience. Listening to Oliver has made me want to smash my own nuts with hammer just to feel something worse hearing his voice. You are Saint Andrew.
Oh, hang on. In Oliver's defense, right? Like I've given him a lot of shit. And we've been debating back and forth, but I do appreciate him coming out to the debate. Some of these debates can get brutal. We're ideologically completely distinct, but I actually do appreciate that, and I don't have any ill will towards the guy. Ultimately, I do have an ill will towards his view.
Okay. All right. We got Red Fox here. Thank
But
you.
it also makes me want to do
Red
the exact
Fox
same thing.
donated $69.
Get it.
Oliver, a coherent worldview is important because it ensures you're never caught in a debate unable to
15 more
justify
levels. I'm
claims
gonna
on
level up
dating
soon.
gaps, bestiality, and incest beyond your preference. Not one step back.
Not one step back.
Okay, so here's the thing.
Quick response if you can. But
Yeah, 100%. Quick response. If someone thinks that large dating gaps, bestiality, what are the other ones, like are good things, then yeah, you'll disagree with me, and I'm not going to contest you on that. I'm not trying to argue with that there. Okay, I'm not trying to debate whether bestiality is okay. So like, that's fine. If you disagree with me on that, then you disagree. Fine. You won't accept my worldview. Or you won't
Yeah,
accept
but a
what
lot
I'm
of these were
presenting.
direct.
That's fine.
Were direct to feminist ideologies and feminist positions, and he wanted to backtrack and kind of run away from those as well. And that is actually what you were supposed to be here defending.
I was defending this version of feminism, and you were caricaturizing a version of feminism that I didn't articulate. Stronger families.
It doesn't matter what you articulate. We have different views on what feminism even is.
Okay.
And when we get to points we do agree at least are feminist points, you decided that you were going to run from one. And you know why you did it? To virtue signal. You literally only did it. And I wish, like, in this case, can you just admit you literally ran from that argument only because you wanted to virtue signal and say, I will not dignify this with a conversation. That was actually what the goal was, isn't it?
It's not about dignifying it with a conversation. This conversation wasn't going to go anywhere.
Yes, it was.
No, it wasn't.
And it did.
No.
We got to get a lot of your view
Okay.
on how it is that you unequally hold standards to men versus women, like a typical feminist. It was
I really
able to
like this
expose
build,
a
I'm
lot
not
of
gonna
that worldview. You didn't want to get into it because
As if I rode around.
virtue signaling. Same reason you got up to get a cup of water. What did you do that for?
I got it up to get the cup of water because I don't want to hand my cup to someone who you just designated.
Uh-huh.
I understand it was a joke, but it's not a joke in your
Virtue signaling.
Virtue signaling.
How is it not?
Because it's something that I believe in. I don't believe.
Listen,
I don't
do you believe that I had any ill intention towards that woman?
Actively, probably not.
No, you don't believe that for a second, and you knew she
second.
wasn't in any distress.
1 second.
You
Actively-
wanted to any leftist who watches
Actively.
this virtue signal.
For context, he pointed to a lady and went, "You woman, give me a beer," and then laughed. Right? And the guy clutched his pearls about that, and then was like, "Oh, I'll grab my own water, thank you." Like, fucking loser, bro.
To them and say, listen, look at what I did, which was righteous.
No,
it's fucking bullshit.
no, you
People see
said-
right through it.
No, you said
So
and
dumb.
a lot of
They
your
see
beliefs.
right through it,
no, a
dude.
lot of your beliefs do view women as less than men.
Watch which ones?
Absolutely. Do you think most men should vote?
No.
No. Do you think most women should vote?
No.
No, not at all.
No.
Okay. Do you think women should be able to have the same opportunities to work outside of the home?
Opportunity, but not encouragement.
But so women shouldn't be encouraged to work, but men should be encouraged to work.
Men should be encouraged to defend. So men should be encouraged towards certain roles, and women towards certain roles, which are good for society.
Okay.
This is actually putting equal amounts of duties, just different duties on both.
And I think those prescriptions box women into this box of what it means to be a woman. And
Well,
I think
good.
So
the thing is, like, good.
That's the problem.
If it is the case that we box people into social roles, which are really good for society, that's fucking good. And not only that, again, you didn't respond to this, and I want your response to this. How was that not a virtue signal? Look in the camera and tell them why that wasn't virtue signaling.
Can you please tell me what you mean by virtue signaling? Because virtue signaling.
So here's what you
virtue
did.
signaling means like
You
insincerity,
only-
right?
Yeah,
Is there?
it was
ever-
insincere. You knew
No.
that there was no distress. Nobody was distressed, right? What happened was I cracked a joke. She obviously got it. You obviously got it. He got it. Everyone got it, which was dunking on my perceived misogyny. That was the joke, and you fucking know that was the joke. In order to signal to your leftist buddies who might be watching this later that you're really on the woman's side, you decided I will not dignify this by having her get my cup of water. You got up and
I don't
got it
want to be
yourself.
associated with what you
Yeah,
said, Andrew.
how's that not virtue signaling? It's exactly virtue
If you
signaling.
want to use virtue signaling in that sense, you're using it as a form of insincerity, and I'm not being
It
insincere.
is insincere.
It's not insincere.
Of course
How?
it is. If she had come over and just grabbed your water and went and filled it up, would you have let her?
Yes.
Why?
Because you didn't associate it with, hey, get me a beer, woman.
So
if
you decided that you wanted to show a contrast between.
Bro, this is such fucking loser behavior, dude. Like, holy fucking shit, dude. It's a fucking joke. Fuck off.
Something you didn't believe, where you just said you believed that that was a joke, and now suddenly, though, you didn't want to be associated with its pure insincerity.
People can tell jokes that are bad, that reinforce bad things that I don't want to be associated
Nothing
with.
was reinforced with being bad
Okay.
because you didn't believe it. That's what
Yeah.
makes it insincere.
Well, most of your audience does believe
Yeah, I know,
You
right?
don't believe it. That's what makes it insincere.
If she didn't get the
You
joke, she'd be
didn't
like, "Go
believe
get it yourself, fucko."
Anything other than that was a joke. That's what makes it a virtue signal. How's that not the
One
case?
would hope
Isn't
they
it
have agency,
insincere?
no?
No, it's not insincere.
Okay.
Here, we got chats coming. Let's try to get through the chats. We got Josh Brooks
Josh
here.
Brooks donated $69.
Thank you, Josh.
I was busy cutting down a tree. What did I miss? Is he like the guy yesterday where he will argue aside but then say he doesn't mind if that argument is conceded due to some nonsense factors?
I got a question for Josh, just real quick. Josh, when you cut down your tree, when you make your initial notch, well, not your initial, but your final cutting notch before you saw all the way through, do you cut your notch bottom up or top down? I gotta know. I gotta know.
And he has a follow-up here,
Josh
not
Brooks
to your question.
donated
But
$69.
thank you, Josh.
Watching the back and
Appreciate it.
forth for the past half hour has answered my previous question. Thanks for being here for another banger debate, Andrew. Brian and Andrew
Thank
look
you.
slimmer. Yam ma.
I have been losing weight, and
Thank you,
it
Josh.
shows. It does
Appreciate
show.
it. We have Wizard coming, then we have Hey You, then we have I Love Gothic Women. Okay. Thank you, Wizard.
_Wizard donated $69. Andrew presents his views regardless
I'm not
of
gonna lie,
how
I like these debates, but sometimes the other guy, he's like right-wing Christian, and sometimes he says something, and I'm like, oh, ooh, right? But the people on the right Well, you can't see it. Andrew Wilson always sits on the left, and then the opponent sits on the right. The people on the right are usually the dumbest fucking people. It's like, holy shit, I can't agree with anything you've said.
How it may get clipped. You should not be so scared to express your view too. It's funny, I like you. Please fill this survey so I see which stage of life.
Yeah,
All right, thank you, Wizard. Appreciate
Very
it.
good characterization.
We got some more coming through here. Hey, you. Thank you.
Hey, you
Appreciate it.
donated $69.
If you guys want to get one in,
College
streamlabs.com/whatever.
itself is the predatory practice, in league with the lenders, but I bet Oliver thinks women should go to college to get a useless degree, where they can be indoctrinated with feminist lies.
Quick response if you'd like on this. Go ahead, Oliver.
I have no response to that.
Okay.
No.
Excuse me, not my wife. Can you grab me a beer?
Is that number 3 or number 4? That's number 4, right? This is number 4. Yeah. All right, we have.
I appreciate it.
Oh, this can come up. Here it is. I love Gothic women. Thank
Hilla
you.
V. Gothic Women donated $69. Andrew and Brian, great FM show guys! Exclamation mark! Oliver, don't touch some grass girl. Andrew, you are.
I do hate that the way they like do these super chats. I get why they do it because it makes them a fucking fuck ton of money. Like 90% of them are so brain dead, dude. It's like, and it stops the debate as well. Like I kind of hate it that they do it, but I get why, because again, it makes them a lot of money.
Completely destroying this kid. Oliver, go take some testosterone supplements. Andrew, great, peace out.
We actually tested Oliver's testosterone. We made him do a blood test before the show. He's actually really high T. Come on, Oliver. I was gassing you up.
He was like setting that up for you, bro.
I was giving you.
You could literally have just dunked right there. It's like,
No, because it's
No, look, we administer blood tests before the show. Oliver, his testosterone blood level or whatever it is, very high.
what I lack in testosterone, I make up for in bitterness.
All right.
That's pretty good.
Giovanni here. Giovanni.
That's pretty good.
JD donated $69.
I was offending you all.
Trying to teach Oliver what the line drawing problem is, and why the line is irrelevant and the moral justification is what matters.
Thank you. Wait, what? And why the line?
Yeah, he's asking what's a completely straight line.
I see. Got it. We have Marine, Baby 9. Thank you so much, Marine.
By the way, Giovanni's awesome.
Marine Baby 9
he was here
donated
yesterday.
$69.
He was kind of talking shit to you, though.
Historic GDP good, baby's bad. Also, Oliver certified pre-cucked.
Yeah, he sent you?
Okay.
Thank the
Leftist
spirit.
rhetoric,
Pay
GDP
me
good,
half
babies.
of
Oh,
work.
okay, I see.
Tell
All right.
heavy bodies.
Thank you for that, Marine baby. We have
You think he
Oliver
hired those
Oliver Hater
poor
back. He's said the same one.
Oliver Hater donated
You want me to skip this
$69.
one?
Oliver, would you address the time that you allegedly exposed yourself without consent to a young woman leading you to get cancelled on TikTok?
I see it. Inside.
Yeah, we're not gonna. Sorry.
I'm not here for like a little bit of like you're a doofus or things like that. I think that's fine in rhetoric for debate, but I'm not interested in trying to dive into this guy's personal life.
Oliver, would you like a refill on water? Can you top it off?
Rocks donated $69. The final notch has to come from the top down while holding tension with the rope in the fall direction. That way the chain doesn't get stuck from the bottom up. Weight is a mother effer.
Yo, Josh Brooks, thank you so much, man. We have.
I've seen. Well, I swear I've seen people cut that notch from the bottom up.
Just awful.
Like I'm almost sure of it. I mean, you're probably right. I don't know. You know, I've cut down some trees, and I always do it from the top down. But
got Octavius here. This is for I think all of us.
This guy's definitely an evil of some sort. There's no way.
Does body count matter?
Into the mic if you can.
It can matter to particular people. Like I don't really have a problem if someone's like, yeah, like sex is really meaningful to me. You know, I view it as something that's, you know, deeply connective between two people, and I want someone who shares that view of it, and they want to engage in that type of thing. So
that sounds like a bunch of bullshit, dude.
$69. 3. Should a woman's past not matter / does body count matter? Would you date a woman with 100 plus / 1,000 plus bodies?
I mean, so I think that person would likely have interests and things that divulge so much of me and who I am that probably not. But I don't think.
But it's not because of that.
Well, I mean, it could be because they chose to spend more time doing that instead of other things.
What if they held all the interests that you hold, but one of their hobbies was to fuck a lot of men?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's fine. I would,
You would date them?
I would not close myself off to the fact just because of that. Now, obviously, that's...
So you would date them?
I would be open to dating them, but...
It would be a disqualifier.
It would not be a disqualifier.
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
All right, we have, he's just sent in a bunch.
Octavius donated $69. Is it straight to date a transgender woman? Would you date a transgender woman?
No, I'm not commenting.
Would you? I wouldn't. Would you?
I would not.
Do you want to comment on the first question?
I would say that it's gay if you suck a man or a woman's dick.
Okay, cool.
Would you?
I have no opinion on that
Just
matter.
yes or no?
I have
Yeah,
no
you
opinion
do.
on that matter.
You don't have an opinion?
I'm not going to tell someone...
Do you ever
if
have
it
any
is-
opinions, bro?
I do. I've expressed a lot of my
Then it's
opinions.
not if you say, well, I'm not going to...
I don't really care what it's called because I think it doesn't become more legitimate or less legitimate whether it's straight or gay. So when you're trying
Is
to
it
box me into a
homosexual
corner,
or heterosexual?
so the word homosexual has been used differently. Usually you're correct.
No, it's not.
No.
It's never been used differently. It always means the same thing. Same-sex sex.
Okay, cool.
Right? When is it ever... Actually, like,
So
now
some
I'm
people-
curious. When has it ever been used differently?
I'm explaining to you what people use it for now.
They use it right now to express same-sex sex.
Sometimes people now, if a trans man is dating a cis man, then they would consider that a gay relationship. It doesn't matter if it fits the definition of homosexual. I don't care. I don't really care how people choose to live their lives. I'm not going to tell them, well, technically, it's not this. Like, I don't... just doesn't pertain to me.
We got Texas vet Andrew. Thank you for your patience with this. That's what he said.
Beer makes
don't
it
shoot the
better.
messenger.
Look, beer makes it easier. That's why I brought some beer in this morning or this afternoon. So.
I don't know how you keep your cool, bro. I would be catching charges right now if I tried talking to this guy. Well, hey, let's not.
I don't think he's he's young. You know, in 10 years, he might be just like me. He might be just like me
I hope
and not
not.
think it like right now.
Oliver says he hopes not. All right, thank you for that, vet. Robert Gardner, how often does Oliver put on his lipstick, eyeshadow, and high heels? I imagine at least once a week. FOS, he, she is. Okay. All right. We have Daniel Stein. Thank you, Robert, for that previous message. Daniel Stein, Australian 69, somehow bending over for woman.
Oh no.
For women.
No, we can't read it, bro.
Oh, should I?
No.
And he's
if you,
Australian.
dude, if you bring in the women without using the plural, right? It's just done. We're not reading it.
It's even worse that it's in text form.
Yeah, we're not. Hey, that's the thing. Like, that's what makes it so that we just can't read it.
Let's not
No
screw
way.
him over, though.
No. He screwed himself over. Sorry, Daniel. Send it back in with women. I'm making the executive call here. I'll give Brian the $69. No way.
I'm sorry, Daniels, and you're Australian, which Andrew has some gripes with the Aussies, so I got to defer to him on this one. We have Rachel Wilson. Imagine Oliver's outrage if he knew I serve Andrew this is Andrew's wife, by the way, all his meals and drinks, submit to his authority, and love him dearly.
It's terrible.
Well, you all are happy, you know? I'm
Pretty happy.
Okay, good. That's
She's pretty,
all I'm...
she's pretty awesome, I must
Okay,
admit.
good.
You know what I do with her? You know what I do though? When she sells her, it's like she just got her book put on Kindle form, which she's been fighting for forever. Right? By the way, it's occult feminism. All of you go buy it. And here's why: because and this is no bullshit.
Wait
I
for
promise
it.
you, this is true. When my wife gets her book royalties monthly, I take all of them and go spend it on guns. And even if she wants to prioritize it for something else, I just do it as like a petty form of revenge, because I spent all those years taking good care of everybody. I just want to rub it in her face, like I'm just taking this from you, because I think it's funny, Oliver. Yeah.
Okay, here, a couple more chats, then we'll get back to the debate.
Lucy donated $69.
Wow.
Hey Brian, I vowed to my husband he had the biggest smile on his face. Oliver, you have to hold women accountable for their actions.
So
or else
random.
they will walk all over you.
True.
I don't think that I'm not holding women accountable for their actions. If a woman lies to me, if a woman is deceptive, if a woman doesn't, do what we agree upon or walks back on arrangements that is unfair, then obviously, yeah, I would hold her to that.
$69.
Thank you, God.
Oliver is the kind of man that wakes up early to make breakfast for his girlfriend's boyfriend.
By the way, if you guys want to get a message in, streamlabs.com/whatever, $69 TTS. We have a few more, then we're going to get right back into it. Ogle, we're going to get to you in
It's
a
like-
moment. Sorry.
I'm starting to get so bored by all of the right-wing insults for the left wing, dude. Like, oh, he's my boyfriend. Like, bro, you guys been saying that for 5 years. You gotta get a new one. And like, I'm technically on your side, but get some new material, please, for the love of God.
If the delay here.
There's
just
more to
ruins-
get back into?
Yeah, a little bit.
Red Bill Ranger donated $69.
Thank you, Red Pill Ranger.
When women are younger, they have all the leverage. As men get older and build themselves up, the roles reverse. This is what women are really mad at. Let's be real, women are the bigger predators.
Wow. Okay, Red Pill Ranger. Do you have a quick response to that, Oliver?
The
or-
fuck?
No.
No, okay. All right, we have Glocktavius here.
Glocktavius donated $69.
Thank you, Glocktavius.
Oliver, you are a misandry apologist. Why do you defend and hand wave away misandrist statements by women like men are trash or kill all men?
I discussed this on the previous debate podcast episode. I don't need to rehash all of that again.
Well, I think it would be fair to did it?
We did with Jim Bob. Remember? We were talking about all that.
Briefly at the
I mean,
end,
there's
but
a
this
lot
is
here.
new debate. Do you want to touch on it?
Not really.
I mean, Andrew, if you want to inquire.
I mean, I've already asked this previously, but I'll ask it again. Why is it that it's misogynist when men say things like, oh, I don't know, go get me a beer, woman, versus like kill all men?
Okay.
Is that misandry?
I believe it could be a type of misandry. However, I don't think they are on the same equivalent level because men are not killing women and they don't hate all men. So
Women do kill men. Yeah, they
but
do.
at the rates that men kill women. Are these women?
Oh, well, this is interesting.
Are these women who are saying this largely?
First of all, with the requisite shouldn't be whether or not they killed them. That's like the
kill all
ultimate.
men. Well, no, kill all. If they're saying kill all men, they're not killing them.
Yeah,
if
but,
they say
but
they
women,
hate all
women
men,
do actually kill men at much higher rates than are reported. Usually, they do it through the medical field, right? Like most women who are like psychopathic serial killers and whatnot. What positions do you think they're in?
I don't know, dude.
Nurse.
What do you think? Do you think they're in caregiver positions?
Sure.
Oftentimes, yes. But when it comes to like killing men, also psycho stalker women have killed men many times.
Okay.
I can give you many famous cases of this.
Yep.
But also, when we're talking about impact, even if it's not them killing them, it promotes inside of society this general feeling that men can be devalued. That's still really bad, even if they don't have the power to enact death on men. Isn't it?
I think that when women say these things, they're not expressing that they hate all men. They hate the experiences that they've had with some men.
So then wouldn't that be the case with like white and black people?
We've gotten to this before. No.
Why?
Because is there a systemic issue of violence from black people against white people?
Oh, wait a second.
Yes.
When it comes to violence between men and women, just to make sure I get this
Yes.
right, you're making the case that because you think men perpetuate the majority of violence towards women.
Right.
Correct.
You've
that
seen the
women
statistics. It's
collectively, if
like
they have the experience.
it's not even
based on
close.
that, that's
Okay, like
acceptable.
whites versus black is like this,
Expressing their
and then black
disdain
versus white
for
is
the
like
way
this.
they've been
Okay,
treated in
like I'm not even
imperfect
kidding.
language.
Then isn't it the case that blacks perpetuate far more violence towards whites than whites towards
If we're-
blacks?
Okay. If
Hey,
we're
hey,
looking-
Oliver,
hold on.
isn't that the truth, Oliver? Mm-hmm. Isn't it?
If we're looking at interracial, let me explain it. If we're looking at interracial instead of intraracial, you are correct. There is a disparity. However, who are you more likely to be killed by in terms of race? Most likely.
Blacks per capita.
Someone of your own race. This is factually the case.
Okay.
85% of
Who
white
are you
people
more
are
likely
killed
to
by
be?
other white people. 90% of black
What race
people are
is
killed
most
by other black
likely?
people.
What race is more likely per capita to kill you?
You, me and you, white, because we're not black, so we don't live in those. Largely live in those neighborhoods.
Hang on.
It's proximity crime. A lot of this is proximity crime, Andrew.
Hang on.
A lot of this is proximity
If it
crime.
is the case, though,
He gave like 3 different qualifiers to make sure he could say white.
that when white people collectively deal with black people and they're getting mostly violent responses,
What do you
and
mostly?
the data shows that they are getting violent. Like
No.
women. Wait a second. Women don't mostly get violent responses from men.
Women overwhelmingly do.
Mostly
A
violent
lot of-
responses
hold
from
on,
men.
Hold on. A lot of women. Do you think? Hold on. I'm curious. Do you think?
No. I need this answered.
No.
Do women mostly get violent responses from men or not?
Not all men. No.
No. From just
Hold on.
generally, Do women generally get violent responses from men?
They have the experience of it, yes.
Just so we're clear, Oliver says women generally get violent responses from men.
Probably not most of the time. I'm not claiming
So
most
then
of the
they
time.
don't. So then women don't generally get violent
My horse
responses
fits my
from men.
game.
No. We're clarifying it now. I want it clarified. Do women? Do they or do they not generally get violent responses from men?
On like every day?
Just ever.
Are we talking about catcalling? Are we talking about harassment? Are we talking about
Any
assaults?
criteria you want. Whatever criteria you decide on, do they generally get violent responses from men?
So, I mean, probably not violent, no.
Okay. Why didn't you fucking answer? So is it the case then that if it is the case when it comes to, white versus black crime, for instance, or murder interracially between the two?
Who's perpetuating that?
But let me just hang on.
The fuck was that?
Hang on, stop. Isn't it the case that it's also true that generally whites aren't getting
What's up, Mario?
Generally, they're not being responded to by violence by black people, right?
Correct. Let me explain.
It's the same shit,
hold on.
bro.
Okay, Andrew. Do you think a majority of white people, like if you were to ask white people, have a negative, violent, or harassment encounter that they can explain at the hands of a
I still
black
think this guy's
person?
gonna
A
backstab
majority
me.
of white people?
If they interact with black people?
If they do, just in general, do you think that they have a negative experience? Most white people, if you were to ask them, is it like a pervasive issue that you think if you asked most white people in society,
If they're
they could be
around,
like,
if they're around black people a lot, I think that a lot of them would say yes.
okay, and who do you think they mostly have bad experiences with? Black men or black women? Largely, if we're talking about crime, if we're talking about violence.
Yeah, both.
Okay, who overwhelmingly though?
I don't even think overwhelmed. I think it would be probably maybe 70-30.
Okay, I don't know the statistics on
Neither
that.
do I. I don't know. I'm just guessing.
I would say so. My point in all of this, and look, I feel like we're getting so
No, we're not.
far away from
This
it.
is just
Here we
consistency.
go. No, so if
I
we're
don't
talking
trust this guy.
specifically about this whole man, whether you should fear men, it's still men. You know what I mean? Even if you try to change it to a racial demographic, it's still the men who are doing most
see.
of the harm.
I see. So
it's a man problem. Not
okay. Hang on. Let's back up there.
Okay.
Do you agree that you're a gender abolitionist?
No. I'm not a gender abolitionist.
Okay. So
I think there can be men and
when
women.
we're talking about groups, though, you agree that we are talking broadly in groups when we say men versus women.
Sure.
That's group identity.
Fine.
Yeah?
Yeah. Okay.
And racially, also, we're talking about group identity.
Yes.
Okay,
true.
so if we're talking about group identity, why is it okay for us to make classifications on group identity between men and women, but not via race?
Because it's not black women.
I really
who are
don't trust
doing
this
the
guy.
harm. It's still men.
no.
The common
Well,
denominator.
all it
is
needs-
still,
So many
the
red
common denominator
flags.
is
Do you
still
think
men.
so? Do you think that white women, for instance, right, would experience greater amounts of harm from black women than they would from
Called
white
it.
women if they categorize the experiences between both?
No, I don't know the data. I don't know. Probably not.
That was obvious.
No. So if they were around lots of black women and lots of white women,
Yes.
do you think they would report more negative experiences from black women or white women?
They might, but that doesn't
Well,
necessarily
then it
say.
would actually be a
hold on.
racial thing,
No,
wouldn't
I don't-
it?
I
That
don't
would be
know,
a racial
Andrew,
thing, then,
you're
wouldn't
asking
it?
questions that neither of us know
Bro,
the answer to.
I do know the answer to this.
Okay,
yes,
what is
it
it?
is the case
Okay.
that if you have, and this is the case almost trivially with any race, if you were to take almost any race and put them predominantly where there's a lot of another race, they're going to have a lot of problems. Generally speaking, they're going to have a lot of problems. However, the racialism, which is fully charged in this nation, it does appear that people do have a lot more issues on the white-black front when it comes to white people being discriminated against by blacks. And so because this is the case, when you're talking about group identity, you say, no, it's all men. It's like, no, it's not all men. In fact, there's lots and lots of white women who report these negative outcomes when they are dealing with black women, and white men who say they're negative outcomes with black men. Now we have a group. Yeah? Now it's not just men versus women, is it, Oliver? Hey, Oliver, is it just men versus women? Then if you have the
I
group,
still think it is because I am not convinced of this idea that there is a mass amount of black women who are like causing violence against
didn't say
white women.
that. Never said that.
So then it's not about the women part.
I don't believe that the case of the matter is that if you say it's just based on experience, right? You agree with me, not every woman or even close to every woman's been SA.
Not every, but I think it's a large proportion. And if
Based
you go to
on
sexual assault-
but if there's less men around, there's going to be less SA.
Bro, I'm so surprised at how
Same thing's
heavily
gonna
I'm murdering
happen
everything,
within
dude.
racial
I really shouldn't be
identitarianism.
because it's a DLC
If
character,
it is the
right?
case that we
They're trying to
group
sell it,
by
but
white versus
holy shit,
black,
it's so
if
overpowered,
white
dude.
women are reporting more negative
It's crazy.
problems when they are around groups of black women. White men are reporting more problems when they're around groups of black men or black women. Right? Why is that group identity not now valid for them to make that claim of egregiousness towards their group?
Because once again, and I've said this already, I don't. You have said that black women. Do you think most white women? Here we go. Do you think most white women can cite a negative experience that she's had at the hands of a black woman?
If they're around a lot of black women.
Okay, but most aren't.
Yeah, but that would be the same trivially true case with women.
But women,
Hang on,
women
hang
are
on, but
always
that would
around
be
men.
the same
Women are always around men, and you can't get away from it.
Yeah, but that's the same trivially true case when it comes to men. If women are not introduced to a large amount of men, their chances for these negative
But it
experiences
has to be that
drastically
way.
decrease.
We
It doesn't
can't-
have to
no,
be that way.
So you could say we could have like a gender segregated society if it's entirely women and entirely men.
Let me give you examples. All women schools, all women sports teams, all women. The chances of you having negative experiences with men drastically
Because they're
decrease.
not there. I agree.
So then, what are you talking about then?
I don't.
You
I
don't know
what you're talking about, Andrew.
Okay,
I actually
so
kind
if
of
it
like
is the
this.
case that
Let me pause that. I kind of like this. Like some demon is like, yeah, I kind of like it here. I don't want to, I don't want to kill anything. I like the breads. I like the booze. I kind of like that. That's kind of funny. I approve. That's hilarious. I thought I was gonna have to kill him, but I guess not.
that if you can segregate by the sexes, which we do all the fucking time, and it decreases the negative experience that you have with the opposite sex, and you say that it's perfectly acceptable for women to be validated by saying
That's
they're
funny.
having egregious experiences with men, why would it not then be the same exact case along racial lines to say I'm having negative experiences, and most people are reporting negative experiences with this race? Why is that not acceptable?
Because it wouldn't be on the basis of race that they're having the negative experiences.
If they are only having the negative experiences based on the fact that you are this race, that's the only race I'm having the negative experience with, how's that not based on race?
I don't think that they would only be having that negative experience with people of those races. Is this one white
Women
person?
aren't only having negative experiences with men. But when we're talking about men versus women, we're talking about the negative experiences they have with men. Same thing would be applicable to race, yeah? Wouldn't it?
No.
Why?
Once again, I'm not going to explain this to you again.
Explain it again. Use
I
real
did.
small words.
No, I was explaining it.
Use real small words.
Race and sex are not the same.
Oh, gee, I didn't know that.
Yeah, okay, because when we're talking about specifically regarding sex and the threat that men pose to women, it's actually the case. In
What's
the
this
real
March
world.
of the
Now, we're not talking
Goblin
about
shit?
if
I have no idea what it
In the
is.
hypothetical that you're talking
They keep
about,
dropping it.
then I guess if white women, or if a woman was around primarily black people, and they were consistently
Not primarily. If they
bullocks.
just had a lot of experiences with black people and they were negative.
and it would make sense for them to be wary of them. I'm not...
Same thing with white men and black men, or white men and black women.
If they've only had that, it makes sense why they would make a heuristic.
And so if it is the case that if the heuristic
Yeah, man.
from whites who are
Put it
like
up right there.
cold and things like that is that they generally seem to have bad experiences when it comes to black
Maybe
people.
when Exquisite has his fucking
They're
license, he can
completely
actually drive by here
validated
sometimes.
in that, right?
If it's the case that they actually are, but they're not.
Okay,
That's
prove
the
it.
point.
I want the
I already
proof.
talked about it. 85% of white people are killed by other white people.
Yes,
A
but that has,
majority,
bro, that's
it
a
does.
complete red herring.
It's not a red herring.
Yeah, it is. If it is the case, even if it's the case, let's just say like whites are killed by other whites at
Why does this
fucking
happen?
20 times the amount.
I'm like going full
But
speed
the
now.
majority
That's
of
supposed to
whites
be a.
report that the interactions that they have with white people are positive, or at least not negative. But the majority of the
I don't
interactions
understand
they
why
have
I'm
with
going so
black people
far.
are
See,
negative
now it
versus
stopped.
positive.
Why was I going
Why
so
the fuck
fast?
would it matter how many people are killed within which racial demographic?
So if a majority
Is that-
of
is
white
that a
people are
bug?
saying
That's the
having
second time
negative
I've seen that.
experiences at the
It's
hands of black people,
51%, that's it.
fine. If they're saying that, for one, and you would have to look into why is that the case? Are they actually experiencing?
No, not why.
Are they actually
It would
experiencing
be-
more? Are they actually experiencing
All
more
that
violence
matters
or
is the
assault?
perception.
It's not the perception, because women don't just perceive being assaulted; they actually are.
Oh, no, here's the thing about that that's so interesting, right? is that we have criteria differences.
Only
don't
headache,
we?
yeah, bits.
What do you consider SA
This
to
man
be?
sniffing people.
SA to be unwanted sexual contact.
Period?
I think, yeah, it can include a wide variety of things.
Do you believe that it's considered a non-masculine trait for men to report when a woman has SA'd them?
Of
course not.
Okay, do you think that socially, even if you don't believe that that is the case?
I think it can be. We should
exactly,
change that.
exactly.
We should change that.
So could it be the case that things that you would classify as SA, which is unwanted sexual contact, could happen significantly for men and go unreported?
It could go unreported. A majority of SA for men and women goes unreported.
So how do you actually know what the numbers are when you say that there's more men SAing women than men, or women SAing men? How do you actually know that?
Okay, well, first off, you're talking about something that we just don't have the data on.
Then why the fuck are you making the claim, Oliver?
What do you mean? I am making the claim because we do it from the data that we do have.
Oh, so the data we can't trust because most of it's unreported. Fucking brilliant,
Do you think? Okay, fine, Andrew. Then I'm going to reason from shared premises. Do you think that it is actually the case that the rates of SA are equivalent between men and women?
No, I think it's higher from women towards men by your criteria. By your criteria of saying unwanted sexual contact, I think because women can get away with this so much more readily, and you've seen it yourself, and I'll demonstrate it. You ever been to a college party where perhaps like a woman approaches a man and like maybe just rubs his shoulders or something like that, or does touching on the arms or things like that? It's very, very common experience for men who are in
Bro,
college.
some ladies just grab your
Here's the
dick.
thing that's so funny. You can go.
Yo!
Yeah, you can go to Honey Badger
Fuck you
Radio,
doing?
and sexual is going to be perceived by the person.
So maybe most men don't perceive it as sexual.
They
Have you
do,
thought of
and
that?
here's how I know.
Okay,
Because when the college studies are done, you can look this up, Honey Badger Radio on Twitter. Go over there and look at Honey Badger Radio studies. They're amazing, okay? It demonstrates 100% that when college kids are polled, men report that they are SA'd at significantly higher amounts than women if they use that same criteria as you, unwanted sexual touching.
Okay.
It's only when we get to things like penetrative and things like this that we have a
Do I do
disparity.
that?
Okay.
So it's like, no, Oliver, I don't fucking believe you.
Thank you.
So if we're talking about just that generally being a problem, then sure.
Then men are SA'd at higher rates by your criteria than men.
Okay, I think,
Or women.
first off, if we're talking about that type of contact, I'm not saying that the contact isn't bad. No one should be touched sexually without their consent. However, when a woman touches a man in that way, how likely do you think it's going to lead to a more egregious form of SA like penetration?
This is what's so funny is like,
It's more likely
even
the other
if
way
it was the
around.
case that like if I went to a bear and the bear bit me and it hurt way
What the
worse than
fuck
if
am I
a
supposed
mouse
to do?
bit me, I still don't want to fucking get bit by either, right, Oliver?
Sure, I'm not saying either
Then
is
what
good.
are you talking
I'm not saying
about?
either is good.
All we're talking about is
Must use
negative
the yes
experiences.
emote.
I
Wait,
would
I have
be
a
less
yes
likely
emote?
to approach mice
No, I
who bit
don't.
me and bears who bit me.
Sure, fine.
So if that's the case,
Fine.
why would that not be the case racially, Oliver?
Yeah.
Because I don't think it's along racial lines.
Yeah,
I don't think that's what's
because
causing
you
it.
just don't live
It's
in
not, It's
reality?
not what's causing it, Andrew.
Let me let two chats come through, and then, but it's one of them's related.
Gloctavius donated $69.
Gloctavius again, thank you,
To Oliver the
Gloctavius.
misandry apologist, saying hatred of men
Yes.
is not as bad as hatred of women is in and of itself sexist.
No, that's
Your
not what I said.
hand-waving of misandry is gross and fuels that which you claim to be against.
So that's actually not what I said. I didn't say the hatred of men is not as bad as the hatred of women. I'm saying that what most men perceive as women hating them is not hatred. They don't hate them. Obviously, women don't hate all men because they have many men in their lives that they love and things of that
Then the
nature.
same thing is equatable to men.
May I
Clearly, men don't hate all women. After all, every woman
I
who's
don't- I
married
never
and is
said-
interested.
I never said men.
Then what are
hate
you
all
talking?
women.
Then how? What is this argument then? What is this argument?
I don't think men should say like I don't know like we hate women because that is associated with men actually killing and hating women.
And when women say we hate men, that's associated with things like we want to take away their children, divorce them in inopportune times, create slanderous websites about them, do horrible things to their reputations,
most women.
which also will lead to what? Unaliving. Who unalives more, men or women?
Yeah, okay. So men killing women is the same as women.
This dude's a
mistreating
little
men and men
nuts.
Unaliving themselves.
Even if you
because
were
of
to
it.
make the threshold that like the impact was somewhat worse for women than it is for men, you would have to agree. that it would
obviously,
still
he's
be
sniffing
misandrous
bone dust.
behavior to make a declaration like kill all men.
Snorting.
I think it is imperfect language, and I think they ideally, Andrew.
But
I
it's
think
misogyny when men do it, right?
because it actually leads to
So
tangible
does
harm.
the misandry.
No.
How can you say that slander of men when
What do
reputation
you mean
is
slander?
What?
Well, if someone like goes on a slanderous campaign to falsely accuse someone of something like that,
Kill all men is slander. itself is slander, Oliver. How is it not?
How is it slander?
Because what you're doing is you're saying men deserve to die.
No, you're not.
That's slandering all men.
But that's not what. That's not. Do you think people always
Kill
take language
all
literally?
Bro,
do you think language is always literal? If I say,
I don't know how to misinterpret kill all men.
Fine, Andrew. If I say I'm so mad I could literally kill you, or do you think I'm gonna kill you?
That's sarcasm.
Okay, then how is this not?
Then why would it not be equated to men?
What?
Why would that not be equated to men who say kill all women?
Because the behavior matches the words.
Bro, this guy is... It's kind of crazy what mental illness can do to you.
Behavior
already has.
Bro, when you say... So what you're doing is you're doing a very regular conflationary fallacy. Could it be the case that it is true that men kill more women than women kill men? And at the same time, when they say kill all women, they're being just as sarcastic as women. Is that not true that that could be the case?
Could be the case.
Then demonstrate it's not.
So what I'm demonstrating
Yeah.
is I think that when men say they hate women, we see that borne out in
But
policy and
demonstrate
things like
that it's because of the jokes that's leading to that, or that they actually mean that in a different way than women mean that. Demonstrate it.
I'm not saying that most men who say that don't mean that. It's the same thing. Things have
Then it's just
connotations.
bullshit.
Andrew, things
It's
can
just
have,
fucking
things
bullshit.
Can, things can have connotations, right, Andrew? Would you say that someone, if they flew the swastika and were like, this is a sign of peace, would they be wrong in doing that?
Well, no, actually, there was 2 campaigns which did that called Reclaim the Swastika. I'm just saying.
Fine, I'm not saying...
They
I'm
flew
not
it
talking
over the
legally.
beaches and were like, this is actually a sign of peace.
Okay, and do you think that's a good thing or a bad thing?
Well, I would definitely try. I think it's a very good idea for people to take the actual swastika, which is not the Nazi swastika, in order to tell people there's a differentiation between the two.
Okay, so do you think that people should fly a flipped thing in order to express some message? The flipped...
What is that?
Isn't that what because the swastika
No,
used
it's
to be...
like...
Swastika used to be just
it
a
was
symbol
curved.
of peace.
It's like, yeah.
Or, well, I mean, you guys can discuss this, but just before we do, I did want to let Ogle's chat come through because we've been waiting on it for a while.
Sure.
Octavius just had one follow-up, and then we'll let Ogle's come through.
Zigl Octavius donated $69.
And then
if
Ogle.
Lysandre being non-lethal makes it less of a concern, then it logically follows that every other kind of bigotry is also not a big deal as long as we ensure no one is killed.
It's true. Or it's less impactful. But here, here's the bigger issue that I have here. Do you see what Oliver did here? This to the audience. What Oliver did is he said, because there's an impact from the thing and this thing is happening, that means this thing is associated with the impact. Oliver has not demonstrated that because there are some men who say kill all women, and there's some women who say kill all men, that the impact from both, even if the effect is out in the real world, not because of these things, but there's just
we're
like
getting
an effect
closer
that
to
happens
60.
based on
That's
whatever,
nice.
that more women are killed by men than men by women. I would like for Oliver to actually justify how it could be the case that these two things actually have anything to do with each other.
Sure. Really quick before you do, you'll have the opportunity really quick. I do want to... Sorry for the delay.
Damn!
Blue.net donated $1,000. Pop champagne. Just celebrating Oliver being old enough to drink fine.
Yeah,
Let his
That's me
I
and
don't like
Andrew.
carbonation, and I
continue
also
to
don't
grow.
drink, so...
Cheers.
Ogle, appreciate it. Trying out, an audience member sent me this new high-tech... Okay, that's not working. Oh, gosh. Well, I'm just going to have to do it the old school way.
I'm going to run to the restroom quick.
All right. Okay, sure. Andrew, do you remember, just for when Oliver gets back, you recall what the...
Yeah, I recall exactly.
So if you send in $1,000, they open a $10 bottle of champagne.
See what we were talking about. By the way, Jake Rattlesnake, for those of you who don't know, is in town here in California with me. And there's going to be in the next week a huge announcement. And you know how like some streamers will be like, oh, there's a big announcement, and then it's like a dud. You know what I mean? Oh, it's like a dud. No, this is an actual big announcement. So, just saying.
I'm leaking.
What? Give it.
What?
Give me some. What? I'll take some off the top.
No, it's good. It's good. I stopped it. Okay. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt you there, Andrew.
No problem.
Big announcement.
Big announcement coming. Can't say what it is. You'll probably hear about it in the next week or so. But again, as many streamers will do the like, oh, big announcement, and it's like not really a big announcement. This is actually one. Like I wouldn't do that to you, right? I wouldn't be like, oh, there's a. I don't think I've ever done that. Like huge announcement coming soon, but this one actually kind of big. Just saying.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Nice. Guys, W's in the chat for Ogle for the big champagne pop.
Thank you,
Ogle.
Ogle.
I apologize for the delay on getting it pulled up. You sent that in like 45 minutes ago. Apologies for the delay. There are just some chats I wanted to get through before. And it was a good opportunity to allow Oliver to take a brief break there while we didn't get that champagne pop.
By the way, this is 5 hours of debate. We got to wrap this, bro. We got to wrap this one, though.
Yes. Excuse me.
And I'm going to have a smoke.
Oh, you can't just leave me alone. Here, wait, before you do, we got to do cheers.
Oh, yeah.
We got to do cheers.
Cheers, man.
Cheers, salut, thank you.
It's always nice to be in the Whatever studio with the Whatever podcast chat. You guys are fantastic. You've been huge supporters of the Crucible. Even those of you who hate me, just fucking admit you missed me. Even those of you in the chat, you're like, fucking hate Andrew. He's with it. Just admit you missed me. You fucking missed me.
I know, dude.
Just saying.
Where do I get these guys?
They did.
All right, we'll let some
Crazy.
other chats come through while Andrew takes a little smoke break, and we'll shortly get this wrapped up. Biggie, thank you for the gifted 5 subs. Appreciate it. Thank you. All right, we have experience changes.
I only attract the brokies.
Experience changes minds donated $69.
I turned into Pokemon there.
I remember thinking similar thoughts as Oliver, although I was not as insufferable.
Funny.
It took a number of toxic feminists.
Apparently her company is bankrupt.
Take time to dive deeper, buddy.
Which is also kind
I'm
of
very
hilarious.
satisfied in the relationships that I have with women and have had with women.
just
Of
a broke
course,
boy, just
I've
say
made
so.
mistakes in the past. And I've
Year
learned
later,
from them,
oh yeah, we can't
but
buy
I
our
think
cookies
that,
anymore.
I
It's kind
value
of weird.
Someone who shares similar values to me, and I genuinely do want someone who is my equal and not someone who will be submissive to me or bend to my authority. That strikes me as, frankly, utterly repulsive. I don't know that. I don't know. It's not. It feels weird to me when, there's this large infantilization of women in which, women are treated like children on the last debate. Jim Bob admitted this or nodded along to it. I mean, these are also
Wait, but he treated them like children, right? What are you saying? Like, your entire argument was that... Wow, okay, never mind. I'm just gonna... Whatever.
So, that's all I'm gonna say.
Wait, are you talking about Jim Bob? He wants to sleep with women?
I was saying I think it is a bit strange or a bit unnerving that a lot of these people are saying like they fundamentally view women as children or something like that. That's what Jim Bob said in the debate. In my closing statement that I had with him, I even pointed out, and I said, and he's nodding right now, and he's nodding his head up and down, in the fact that his view infantilizes women and like treats them like children. That's what I was saying.
Oh, and but can you?
And they also
want to sleep.
And they
with
also
them?
want to sleep with women who I
So
think they view as children.
Wait, so is there an implication there that it's like PDF?
It is. I'm not calling them that. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying they're doing that. But I'm saying there is a correlation there. Or there is something that.
Well, I'm not saying they're PDFs, but it's adjacent. Like, bro, what are you saying? Like, everyone knows exactly what you mean now. Okay, you are calling them that. Just not in that word, because that can get you sued. What the hell, bro? These people are so disingenuous, dude. Jesus.
Just, if you only want to date people and, have sex with people who you view as children or view like as infantilized, it strikes me as weird. That's all.
I think Andrew might bite on that argument, but well, I think he should at least hear it. But Andrew, I'll leave the rest of the chats, guys. We're gonna have to get this wrapped up pretty soon. So the roast session is gonna be $69 TTS if you want to get it in. We'll do the roast if you want to get in a message, ask a question, make a statement. We are probably going to get this wrapped up pretty soon. We have Josh Brooks, by the way, $69 TTS. That's on streamlabs.com/whatever. Send it in through there. Oh, hold on, Josh Brooks. I'll wait until Andrew's back to play that one, just because it's directed at Andrew. We do have one for Oliver though, so I'll let that one come through. Birdman, appreciate it. Thank you. All right, streamlabs.com. Oh, really quick, Venmo Cash App. If you want to support the show, you can do so if you do whatever pod Venmo Cash App, 100% of your contribution goes towards us.
Birdman donated $69.
Thank you,
Oliver,
appreciate it.
Come on now. You sound deflated. Get pumped. Get hyped. You've been talking out of the wrong hole all night, and the odor is fogging up the studio, but I believe in you.
Oliver smells like flowers and other pleasant scents, okay? There's been no bad scents.
You sniffing me, Brian?
I've
Sniffing
not-
me, Brian? What's going on here?
When you did leave, I did sniff your chair.
Yo.
That's crazy.
Kinda crazy.
Yeah, it's wild. No, but there's no bad scents emanating, no bad smells emanating from Oliver. I will confirm it myself. Okay, we have Jason Cassell.
Jason Castle donated $69. Oliver, I was a bouncer for many years, at many bars. I can tell you women were overwhelmingly more likely to be kicked out for touching men sexually. The men didn't report. I observed firsthand.
Jason, can you tell us, like, how long were... Oh, well, you said it many years. Okay,
Many
so
years.
many years.
Mr. Cassell.
Appreciate it, Jason.
By the way, something
Josh
crazy
Brooks
just happened.
donated $69. Andrew, I've listened to your wife book on Audible
Thank you, Josh.
100 times, but I can't get over the guy's voice who reads it. It's too nasally. When
like it's
can
coming.
we get a moist Mafia Crucible Don Wilson dub?
Listen.
Please, soon.
Look, I'm just gonna go ahead and say it, okay? My wife did recruit Spoons over. Well, for those of you who know Spoons, you know Spoons. To do a cover of that audio book. We can't wait to hear it. Also, Buy Cult Feminism now. It's available. Buy it. Hurry up. Also,
So you can buy more
Brian,
guns.
you gotta get control of this woman over here who's been bringing me beers and doing this all night. So she just asked me, after all of the horrible things I've done to her all night, if we could have a picture after this was done. Oliver, why would she ask me for that after I dehumanized her like that, Oliver? Why would she ask me for pictures after?
asking me?
Is it maybe like for evidence for the police for all the dehumanization?
I never claimed you directly dehumanized.
I don't know. I feel like you need to go get your own water, bro.
I'm fine.
Wizard, thank you. Appreciate
__
it.
Wizard donated $69. Hats off to you, Andrew, and Brian,
Thank you.
always. Women outnumber men when it comes to child and elderly abuse and each other when it comes to lesbians. Women do that to anyone they have physical power over.
Also, for the champagne pop ogle, I didn't feel like I got to do it proper. Here you go.
Oliver's _vagina donated
he's pounding it.
$69.
Oh, shit.
Hey, big
Wait.
guy.
It's like this
The
much,
sun
bro.
is
Is that the
getting
champagne?
real low.
No.
I need a good
was my beer.
cleaning after
Where's the-
this
where's the
debate.
champagne? Oh, it's over
also,
there.
Can't be
no
on the
more
champagne.
40-year-old
That's a little
men,
bit higher in
okay?
alcohol
That's
content.
true. That's true. Mary, can you pass him the champagne though? It's over there in the corner. Oliver's. Wait, what? The sun's getting real low. And
No more 40-year-old men, okay?
all right, we have. Thank you.
Zero donated $69.
Dehumanize you later.
Does Oliver even know that
He's gonna get
Mexican
fucked up.
policymakers
We already
who share
know.
his view are trying to pass Alina laws where women can unalive men if they feel intimidated, regardless of proportionality or necessity?
Not at all what I'm advocating whatsoever at all, that women should just be able to unilaterally use whatever force they want if they deem there to be a threat.
Well, well, hang on though. What you are trying to do is you're trying to draw a parallel where
Hubris
the behavior
smiles
of
back.
women who are doing the exact same thing as men is destigmatized because you feel like it doesn't have as much of an
No,
impact on society.
I don't think it should. I don't think it should be destigmatized.
Yeah,
I
but
absolutely,
it,
I absolutely. Women should not touch men
by
sexually.
limiting the
Women,
impact of this, you are assisting with feminists in destigmatizing the rhetoric against men. I don't see how you get around that.
No, I don't. Andrew, I don't think it is bad for anyone. I'm sorry, I don't think it's good for anyone to be touched without their consent in a sexual
Yeah,
or
but that's not my
romantic.
point. My point is like if women put out a post to say kill all men, and men put out the post saying kill all women, or a man or a woman, if that is the case, and you say this one because it's from a man is more impactful than this one from a woman,
No, it says
you are pushing destigmatization towards what the woman is
It's not
saying.
who it's from. It's not who it's from. It's the message. If a woman were to say like kill all women, that would still be a problem.
No, but all of them are a problem, right, Oliver?
I don't think any of them are good. I agree
Yeah,
with
again,
you.
so then... So,
Can we agree
so
there's
what
different
you're
levels?
pushing,
Can
what
we
you're
agree there's
pushing...
different levels of harm? Like, that we could
I
acknowledge?
actually don't. I actually just... what I think is that you take the limited amount of the unaliving, right? Which is actually comparatively a fairly small amount when it comes to the amount of society that we actually have, right? And you say, because this is the worst outcome, right? Therefore... this behavior is more excusable than this one, even though that doesn't mean that socially it couldn't have just as big of an impact, even if people aren't being unalive by it.
Sure.
Do you understand that?
I understand that.
Yeah.
And that's why I've always, and I've been pretty consistent in saying that.
No,
I
you
don't
say it's
think-
less
Hold
impactful,
on,
and you
hold
only
on,
justify
hold
that
on.
by the
No,
unaliving,
hold
Oliver.
on. No, I think it is less impactful. That doesn't mean necessarily that we should be doing it. For example, if saying, I hate men or hate all men or kill all men is alienating men, which largely I think probably it is, then it's probably not a prudent solution for the feminist cause to embrace rhetoric that is pushing people away. So I'm totally understand that.
Do you think that stigmatization operates based around the normalcy or acceptance of the population of the message? Like, if I said gays are bad, right? That would be, you would agree, a form of stigmatization.
Sure.
And saying gays are good, it would be like a form of destigmatizing them.
Sure.
Okay, so if that's the case, then you would want me to say gays are bad less.
Sure.
Okay, because it leads to less stigma.
Sure.
Then how would it not logically follow that by you making the claim of the impact, right, the impact on the message, that you're not destigmatizing it?
I agree that I think largely women should be more precise with their language. I'm not denying that. They should instead say, we don't like the way we are treated.
So then
by
why
some
won't
men."
you present this as being just as bad, even for the sake of stigma, for social stigma's
I
sake?
didn't say it was for fine. For stigma, yeah, sure. But I think stigmas can lead to different levels of harm and outcome, right? Just because two things
Yeah,
are
but
I'm taking 5 minutes. I gotta go to the bathroom. Yo. Oh, come here. Oh. Say hi. Five minutes. Bathroom. Come on. Oh my god. He's back, baby. Oh, no, no. Mm-hmm.
The thing is like, I disagree, first off, with the framing that just because you say unaliving, because unaliving happens with one of these cases more than with the other, that because...
It's not good. I don't hear it that much, but...
No, yeah, but even if that's the case, that doesn't actually mean it has less of a social impact. Right? Like, that doesn't actually follow, right?
By, like, social impact or, like, what materially manifests in the world?
Both.
You know what I mean?
That would be social impact.
Sure.
Material manifestation in the world would be social impact.
Okay. Yeah, and if it does have bad consequences in that sense, that's why I've never been like that. That's the best way to express your frustration.
Well, then, bro, then why make the equation like that? Oh, it's just less harmful. When overall, you haven't even actually made a case, by the way, how it's less harmful, except for the metric of because you correlate it with the stat that men will unalive women more than women will unalive men.
Yep.
I'll even concede to the stat, but can you correlate how it is that these two statements are not just as impactful, or how it is that when men say, unalive all women, that somehow that actually is leading men to unaliving women?
I mean, I think largely because it contributes to a stigmatization where women are. So, like, if we talk about, for example, let's say, like, there's many cases of where the hatred of women, like the hatred or like the disdain for women, leads to women being killed.
That would be on both sides.
Do you think it's as prevalent? Like, I just don't. Like, let's think of the stalker case.
But again, you're back to unaliving.
1 second.
You're back to unaliving.
Fine, because that's the case we're talking about. If we're talking about, let me finish this. Let me finish this. If we're talking about, so for example, let's say that a man and a woman are at a bar. A man is making advances towards the woman. The woman is declining the advances. She leaves, and he follows her home and kills her because of that.
It followed me home.
Not good.
That's
Can
bad.
I keep it?
That is bad. And do you think that's happening at a comparable rate for
StarCraft 2
women?
reference.
But how many times have I
So
said?
you guys know.
I would even concede that it's not comparable in the rate that they unalive each other. But
just not good.
I need
Don't
you
do
to tie in how if a man says unalive all women, that leads to more of that. What's our evidence for that?
Contributing to the hatred of women, and the hatred of women gets women killed.
Prove it. Prove that that's contributing to
Yeah, because you can't say like the other thing, you know.
Prove it.
That's a YouTube thing. So annoying.
Hate a certain
That's why we say grape when we mean something very much different.
No, that's not what am I asking you to prove.
You're asking me to
It's
prove
like, oh, you
that
put a G in front of it, and all of a sudden everything's okay. It's so fucking retarded. Regarded, sorry.
Right. That those statements have more of a social impact and are leading to these unalivements more than the social impact of the alternative statement from women of hate all men when it comes to materialistic impacts. I am not sure that the husband, because you have to admit this, stranger death from women, men to women, is far less likely than when it comes to the dynamic of somebody who's familial.
Sure, right? This happens in general, yeah.
Yeah, this is just the case, factually, right? Do you think that it's like the message of I hate women, or, you know, like I put out a tweet recently that said launch all women into the sun, which was fucking hilarious. Do you think that the type of man who was going to unalive in a domestic situation his wife, that was the thing that was going to send them over?
It doesn't have to be the exact thing that sends them over.
Do you even think it really contributes to that?
I think it could contribute, absolutely. It contributes to a culture where they don't view women as full human beings.
Then the same case would be made for the opposition statement from women when it comes to the social stigma that men are monsters, they're awful, they're horrible, they want to do bad things to you, they want to do all that. Adds to the stigma from men, right? Or for men.
Okay.
Correct?
Sure.
Isn't that factually correct?
It can contribute to stigma.
But how can you make the comparison and say that one is more impactful than the other, even if, like, we were to say, okay, there's
one
like
leads to people
200
violence.
Let's just say there's like 2,000 more deaths due to this, but there's like but hang on, but there's 80,000, but there's like 80,000 more men who enter into depression and this and that because women are distancing themselves from them based on these types of tweets.
No.
Would that? Hang on.
Why are women distancing themselves from men?
Let me finish. So let's say for a second there's like 2,000, let's just say, hypothetically, 2,000 more deaths which occur due to the men who put out, like,
bro, these things are making a
this
shit ton of
type
noise.
like, hateful, what you would consider hateful rhetoric, right?
Sure.
And then on the woman's side, there's like 80,000 more men who enter into a state of depression because of these tweets. Which one would you select for in your society?
Neither.
No, but if you had to choose one.
I would reject the hypothetical.
Yeah, but if you had to choose one, though.
But I can reject the hypothetical.
Based on what grounds?
I just did.
What grounds, though?
That I think it is.
What's invalid about the hypothetical?
Why can't we do both?
Because it's not within the confines of the hypothetical.
Well, then I think the hypothetical.
What's a hypothetical?
I agree, but the hypothetical actually has to track.
It tracks fine.
Things.
What doesn't track?
I think we should do neither of them.
Yeah, I understand.
So,
yeah, I
it's
understand.
a certain number of men, women were killed. 2,000 women were killed, and 80,000 men who go into depression state. Was that it?
Yeah, if it was the other side.
I think that.
Which, like, if you had a society, there's nothing illogical about this hypothetical. You have no grounds to dismiss it whatsoever.
Fucking electricity,
basis. It completely tracks.
Why can't we
if
do
you
both?
had to choose between two different societies, the one society, there was 2,000 additional deaths of women based on misogynistic rhetoric. But based on misandrous rhetoric, there was 80,000 more depressed men. Which society would you select for?
I would like
All else equal, which society?
He can't answer this question without destroying his own worldview.
And I'm not going to weigh the lives of women.
Can you tell me why you rejected a hypothetical when there was nothing wrong with the hypothetical?
Because I do think it's not even, it's a weird point you're trying to get at, which is that somehow we should weigh that, like, there's a certain amount of male depression that outweighs women who are being killed.
You're a utilitarian. Of course, you weigh everything that way.
I'm not claiming
Even if it is the case you're a harm reductionist, you would have to weigh it that way.
Fine, then we should do neither. That's actually the utilitarian view.
Great. I agree.
Okay.
We should do neither. But if we had to choose between these two societies, Mr. Harm Reductionist, which one would you fucking choose?
I don't know, dude.
You don't know. Okay.
No, I haven't.
You're just not going to answer the question.
Wait, we're gonna talk to his sister now? Like, oh, hey, I killed your brother accidentally?
The question.
Yes, I'm rejecting the
No?
hypothetical.
Tell me what's wrong with the hypothetical.
Wrong with the hypothetical is I don't think it's a
Some of these
legitimate
quests are
choice to
kinda dumb.
choose between. This is the whole thing when, like, there's street. Hold on.
You can't say the choice isn't legitimate in a hypothetical.
Hold on, but these are the same as the street debates I see all the time, where people are like, "Would you rather have gay rights or the economy?"
Yeah.
And it's like, that's a stupid hypothetical.
Why?
Because you can have both. You don't need to choose between one or
here's
the other.
Thing that's interesting.
And what it's trying to do, it's supposed to dichotomize them. It's gay rights come at the expense, or the economy comes at the expense of gay rights, or they have to be the other way.
It's designed to test logic, because it could be possible that if you were to answer this way on this particular question, that if you were to have logical consistency on a different set of questions, they could run in parallel with how you answered this one.
Okay.
That makes sense, right?
Sure.
Yeah, so like if I were to ask you a hypothetical, like
I don't know, dude.
if you had to push the button between all men dying or all women dying, let's just say, right? Like that this is the hypothetical. Now you could say, well, that's extreme. It would never happen. This and that, right? It's logically possible. You can't.
All men, because it's 100% likely, right, that some of the women are carrying. Wait, I have to clarify then. Will the unborn babies still be alive, or will they get murdered? Because if they're still alive, then the solution is easy.
Reject it. There's no contradiction.
You kill all men because some of the women will have male babies. Therefore,
even if we just
keeping the species alive. If you kill all the women, there's no more babies.
So it's like a multi-world series. You can say it's still logically possible. You can push one button or the other. You can't reject it under any grounds. Which one would you pick?
I'm not picking a button.
Which one would you pick?
No.
But what if it's the case that based on that answer, I have a follow-up to test that logic where it would be inconsistent based on how you answer that hypothetical? Wouldn't that then, the hypothetical, be legitimate?
I have no basis for preferring whether all men die or all women die. That's
okay, but you had to choose. What's a hypothetical?
Bro, it's so crazy. You know why he doesn't want to engage, right? Because his worldview is based on bullshit. But it's not even like the fact of, it's not even like a gotcha, like, oh, I'll take men or I'll take women. It's the fact that what's your reasoning when you think about this question? What would you pick and why, right? What's your logical reasoning? That's the whole point of a hypothetical, bro. These people are so disingenuous, bruh. My God.
I don't. I would.
You don't know what a hypothetical
I
is?
do know what a hypothetical
What is it?
It is talking about a situation. I agree, to test some sort of consistency.
No, that's not all it is. What else is it?
And it's supposed to. It's supposed to test intuition. It's supposed to test like your reasoning about something in a case, and then apply that reasoning to another case.
And if it's logically possible, does it help us with our logic to engage in these hypotheticals so that we can test our worldview against things which seemingly are absurd, but can often be applied in actuality to our worldview?
Can be, but I don't even know how to answer that question.
Why?
I don't.
You know how you answer it? Which one you would push?
Do you want me to flip a coin?
I just want to know which one you would push.
Okay, heads are men, tails are women.
That's fair.
Okay,
so if
want me
you
to flip
say
a coin? You want me to flip it?
Flip it.
Okay. Do you want me to?
Yeah, actually flip it.
Flip a coin.
Flip a coin. And hang on, heads is men.
Tails.
Was that women or men?
Well, women.
Women? So women are going in your hypothetical?
Sure, why not?
Okay, so you would flip a coin and then you would dust all the women. Because they're both of equal value, right?
Okay. Yep. Go.
Okay, and that's fair, right? My whole point of demonstrating that was like, if there was something which was logically consistent past that, that would equate to, well, wait a second, you would generally make this choice even if it was the coin flip choice. That still seems like the hypothetical would be valid. In this particular case, I asked you a valid hypothetical. You have no grounds to reject it. Can you answer the hypothetical I asked you?
Would you rather have 2,000 women die because of
80,000 men who are in depression, or 2,000 men who die? Which?
I'll flip a coin again.
So you think they have equal societal impact. So then why do you keep bringing up death? Why do you keep bringing up death as the threshold breaker then?
Andrew, because
that was easy, by the way. I love doing that to you.
Hold on. No, I have a response.
Okay.
Because the type of rhetoric that women are expressing, I do not think is the major or even a large cause as to why men become so depressed.
So?
It doesn't.
So what?
Because.
So what?
Because you're saying that we have to choose that, because if women express this, it's going to lead to men being depressed.
What the hypothetical shows is just this, that your version or view, that even if it is the case that all that counter rhetoric does is cause additional mental distress for
choose the men.
It just causes additional mental distress for men, but not the unalivement of them. But for women, it does cause additional unalivement.
So I would choose
I would
choose the men then.
You would choose the men.
Men going into depression over women being killed.
Okay, so now you're going to change your answer. Now,
what do you mean?
Because
how?
Because the hypothetical was valid.
Hold on, no. If we're talking about specific, because it's
because the hypothetical is valid.
No,
that's why you had to change it to be considered.
No.
Now you see why it was so valuable.
No, it wasn't. What have you gained? What have you gained?
Why did you change?
What have you gained? Because it's
what
a
I gained was this:
question.
that your threshold breaker, which is for the unalivement, it's unalivement. That's why there's a threshold. That's why it's actually worse on this end. And yet your answer did not match up with that in the hypothetical. The second we were able to equalize death and just show that there was less death and more depression, right? You equalize towards what? Flip a coin. They're both equal to you. So you can't say one is worse than the other when they're equalized to you inside of this hypothetical.
Do we use these sigils now?
No sense, dude.
Okay.
How does that make sense?
I don't know. I guess my answer to a hypothetical question as to whether or not we want 80,000 men being depressed or 2,000 women dying. Yeah.
Well, it can't be the death.
In
other words, the death itself is not really the threshold breaker. So why do you keep bringing up the death?
I think it
as though it is.
Hold on. But then here's the thing. Then when I was thinking of depression, are we thinking like these men are going to become depressed and like they're going to end their own lives, or just that they're going to be depressed?
Who entailed that?
I'm asking you, because when I think of depression and when I hear this,
some of them may.
Okay, fine. And
because they're depressed.
If most of them won't, then I would still choose the men over the women, unless if we think about it. No, okay, fine.
So now you're changing your answer a second time?
Andrew, I'm changing my answer because it changes based on what happens because of the depression. Now let's think what happens.
What happens based on depression?
If men are depressed, what if they fall down more of a rabbit hole and end up unaliving more women or unaliving more men?
Well, then
there could be downstream consequences from that would make it worse than just those 2,000 women. So I don't know.
Destiny triangles, fucking finally. So death, the fact that women get unalived at a higher rate, even if that were correlated with the rhetoric, would not be the threshold breaker for you as far as the impact on society. Triangles, bro. There you go. Triangles.
I don't know what that
It can't be. It can't be the threshold breaker for you. So why do you keep using that as though it's the thing which makes the delineation?
It's not the only thing, though.
Then what else?
I think the prevalence of the hatred towards women is the genuine hatred that leads to not just outcomes of death, but other outcomes as well, as we were talking about.
Like which ones are not happening to men?
Which ones are not happening
besides
to men?
Besides the death thing, which you keep claiming is the threshold breaker?
The death thing as well. I'm also talking about when those statements are made, it contributes to a stigmatization that women can't be in certain career fields.
Same as men.
Or that women can't. No.
Yeah.
What rhetoric is saying that men can't be in, like, the sciences
the idea
or
that, like, if men are a bunch of essayers, if there was career fields where there was a lot of women, predominantly like nurses, teachers, things like that, they would probably be less likely to gravitate towards that due to the fact that there's now a social stigma against the fact that they can...
So that's a bad social stigma.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
I do think the other social...
What are you talking about?
I don't really
You see
care.
what I'm saying?
But this isn't like a hill that I think is worth dying on. Like,
then why do you keep dying on it by
Because
saying that the threat... You could have just done this. You could have been like, listen, Andrew, equally, across the board, any woman who says...
I have no idea when to use
should
these
die,
things.
It has a massive impact on society. Now, maybe I can't determine exactly how much.
All men should die. But that's
nor
a different...
for all women should die. I can't actually determine how much of an impact it has because it's not really determinable. Both.
I guess I should wait, right? Because it levels up alongside me.
What you did is you said the one's worse than the other because it leads to the systemic unalivement of women, where that doesn't happen to men. But then when we equalize those choices and we ask the question, is it about just unalivement or material conditions changing in society? Your answers flip-flop like you're you're on the floor having a seizure.
But it would come down to what would the consequences of a bunch of men being depressed be? It would probably be more death. That's what I'm saying.
Well,
it would be more death.
Let's just say that it wasn't death and they just really had miserable lives.
Okay, then I would still probably choose the women not being killed by men over men being depressed.
Okay.
Like I would 100% do that, and I think we should.
But you realize that,
I think we should do everything we can to help men in that
materially
situation.
in society, that would actually still be worse.
Okay, then if it's worse in terms of people dying, then
no, not even dying. Just like materially in society, the gravitating effects of misery would probably actually be worse. It would lead to less productivity.
Okay.
They may not die, but that doesn't mean they're going to have great lives.
Sure.
Just saying.
I think, and my problem with this is it's still reinforcing this idea that women dying has to come at the expense of men who are depressed.
No, it doesn't do that.
Then what's the point of the hypothetical, man?
The point is to demonstrate that you don't really believe that this threshold that you keep moving to for why it's worse for men to make these statements than women.
I didn't even notice
is
that.
The fact that it could lead to unaliving on one end, however, have serious negative connotations on the other as well. You just dismiss those as though they are lesser than the unalivement, and that's what you can't justify.
Sure. Okay, no one should say that they want the entirety of one sex to die. I've actually literally said this before, Andrew.
No, but you think the impact's still worse on one than the other.
Let me explain it, because I've spoken out a lot against this type of biological essentialism. There is a type of a perversion of feminism on the left that says that men are evil because of their biology, because of their Y chromosome, because of something about them biological makes them evil.
Higher testosterone, things
whatever.
like this.
Yes, so I think that is very bad. And
it's vile.
Is bad.
It's vile,
yes.
but here's my problem.
I do think that's bad.
With your idea of it's still more impactful when men do it versus women, you're still eliminating the idea of your own worldview towards stigma. You are actually removing stigma from the one over the other, and it just looks to me like an inconsistent view that that's not really what you're trying to do. But as we go through this, it sure seems like you are.
Okay.
And maybe that's part of that, goddess worship shit. I don't know.
Okay, we got a few chats. Then
the amount of time this guy's went. Okay,
soon,
and then just stop.
We got
this.
Six-pack Chad.
Way to stand up for your ideals, bro.
Six-pack Chad donated $69. Oliver, are you too dense to realize that your worldview infantilizes women? You don't want adult women to engage in consensual relationships that you don't like. Take TRT and start lifting, bro.
Can I respond quickly to that?
Yeah,
Or
sure.
not? Okay, no, I don't think that it infantilizes women because I think women and men who are 18 years old should not be dating people who are insanely older than they are at 41. So this is not and I'm also not saying women should like be barred from doing it. I think telling someone something is a bad decision that might lead to bad outcomes is different than infantilizing them or prohibiting them from doing it
Yeah,
altogether.
but let's look in your earlier statement where you said that the impact of when older men date younger women versus older women dating younger men is much worse.
Yeah, I do think it's worse.
Yeah,
But like,
so
hold
like
on, I don't,
you
how does that-
are
how does that-
infantilizing always women. That's all you do.
All right, we have one shot, day 17.
One Shotter 17 donated $69.
Thank you, One Shot.
Now that Andrew is back, let's talk about what the pig snake weasel tried to imply about.
Oh yeah, I saw
while
that.
Andrew was out.
Really quick, we do have. I'll have you address that, but we have Rachel who has a similar point. Oliver, do you think Andrew views me as intellectually inferior or a child because I submit to him? Do you want to respond to Rachel really quick? Then we'll do the super chat.
I don't know what Andrew thinks, so we should ask Andrew.
Well, here's what Andrew says publicly. I've always maintained that my wife is much more intelligent than I am, but she submits to me, which is factually true.
And then to the super chat that came up, it's imply about Jim Bob while Andrew was out about the infant.
Yeah, why did you?
Can we have Oliver just restate it just for the audience? Sure.
I
So
think
while
I'm not,
into the
and
mic.
I'm not making the claim that necessarily this is bad behavior or is like PDF file behavior. What
No,
I
it's just
am
adjacent.
I think it is a bit suspicious, or we should look into it. If, as I talked about, this is what I was saying about my debate with Jim Bob. I was saying that, he views women as children, as infants, as, not capable of agency, or he kept using examples about, how, look, if you're in a house and, you're bossing the kids around, and then he would compare that to women. So I'm like, okay, he's viewing women as children. I'm saying that there is a suspicious view, if you view women in that way, as infantilize your children, and at the same time, they're also the people you want to have sex with.
What was the
That's what I was
implication
saying.
towards Jim Bob? Was that
There was
a
not a
PDF
specific.
file?
That was not an implication.
Stop
that he
lying
is.
to me,
It's
Oliver.
not. I'm not calling
Can we
him.
watch the clip?
Do you watch the clip? I was not saying that he was. I'm
What's
saying
the implication?
the implication was there could be potential problems with that type of worldview.
What are those problems?
That they view women as children.
So they are
attracted to, could be attracted to children.
So they are.
I'm not saying.
So if you're attracted to children, you're a. You're a.
You cannot fully be attracted to. You can have problematic tendencies and not actually either act upon them or fully.
If
even
you're
realize
attracted to children and want to have intercourse with them, you're a what, Oliver?
Sure, PDF file.
So you were implying that Jim Bob's a PDF file by
not
your own
directly.
logic. You
No.
just walk yourself through the logic live.
Marshmallow
I'm not
taste.
saying he definitively.
I don't think I've ever eaten a marshmallow.
Oh, it just raises suspicion.
Correct. I'm not making absolutist
And
claims.
what? Okay, well, you know what? The
And I'm
thing
not
is,
saying he did anything
I
wrong.
believe that like men who have their nails painted by women,
Yeah,
have a
never.
tendency for PDF file.
Not that I can
is way
remember.
higher. Therefore, Oliver, I think that you are akin to a PDF. I'm not saying that though. What I'm saying is, we should just be suspicious of you being a PDF file.
That's fine.
Is it though? I
We
don't
should
feel
be
like that's
suspicious.
very
You should have a hard
culturally
drive check,
appropriate
that's all I'm
over
saying.
here. Not appropriate.
The FBI should show up and
You know
check
what I
your
mean.
hard drive, bro. That's all I'm saying.
We
Why
have,
I don't
would
think
you
I've ever
disparage,
seen that
like,
in the fucking
Do you
store.
realize too that Jim Bob, he has a big family. He has a wife. He
Wasn't
has.
trying to
Hang on, he has
disparage
kids at home. He has he's a very good, very kind man. He's raising. Hang on, shut up. You fucking haven't raised a single kid in your life. You have no idea what that's like. This guy's doing the fucking absolute best that he can. Why would you insinuate that he's a PDF? Why would you do that to a man who has kids in his home, dude?
Andrew, I'm not. Do you think we should follow the path of an argument, even if it might
That wasn't
offend
what your
someone?
clip did.
Even if it might
Your
offend
clip
someone.
was trying to demonstrate, or trying to show, because you left out critical context of what Jim Bob said too. You left out, and you left it out on purpose, because you are a clip chimp. And the thing is, you left it out, and dude, we'll demonstrate. After this debate is done, you got blown out so bad here. You're gonna go and make all sorts of little clips, and then we're gonna wreck all of them. It's gonna be great. by showing just critical context. You left out critical context there because you wanted him to look bad and look like a PDF file, and he's a man who has children at home.
I don't want that to be the case.
Then make a fucking revision to that at least.
I don't want that.
Can you at least make a revision to that?
What's the revision?
That you're not trying to make fun.
No,
that,
I'm not.
Or at least add critical context.
No, critical context. Sure, I already gave the context.
You don't. Okay, let's put.
I don't think I've ever seen it. I'm sure it's there. I just
don't
yeah. Not a big candy guy in the first place, anyway.
Okay.
Don't do that to people.
I'm not trying to slander. I'm not trying to slander.
Even though I have like
I'm not at all trying
a can of Pringles and 2 bags of Maltesers
behavior.
downstairs.
Can you agree that there can be behavioral patterns of certain ideologies that could lend themselves to a type of thinking, even if it's not? That's all I'm saying.
Oliver, let me make a concession, if you will.
Okay.
Here's the concession, Oliver.
Okay.
I'll make this concession. That it is the case that you can follow patterns of behavior to come out with like some kind of basic ideas about the outcomes of behavior.
Okay.
That's true. And you can do that with arguments that's even true too.
Sure.
But can you admit to me that especially on YouTube and various platforms like this, when you sensationalize by leaving out critical context in order to lead the viewer to a conclusion that is far more common than people following legitimate argument chains to figure out patterns? Do you agree with me that that's far more common?
It can be more common, yes.
Yes, and so the thing is, like, why should I give you the benefit of the doubt and assume that you're trying to disparage?
I like that it's more stats, but the unique is that advance is so handy.
And the worst thing you can.
That's my main skill.
Okay, I was not meaning to insinuate
then
that it
make a revision.
It was not. I'm not talking about it being unique.
Call him an idiot. Call him a retard. Do
I'm
all
not,
of that.
Okay,
but
I am not claiming that he is unique.
What was the clip? Can you send us the clip?
Send the clip.
What was
it's bad. It's not great, Oliver. It's not great.
What was there like also?
You have to watch it, Brian. It's pretty bad.
Do you know what?
It's like, no, it's not. It's no big deal.
Do you know what like the like?
That channel will send it in, or the Crucible.
Is it on the Instagram? Because I didn't look at I looked at like 2 of the clips you made. Do you know what like the little title card is? There's like these dudes are allergic to nuance. Do you know what the title card is?
Of like his?
Where Andrew's suggesting that you implied that Jim Bob was a PDF file. What's the title card?
Wait, I didn't post that. I posted.
You did. Well, he's saying you made a clip about it.
I made a clip of my closing statement in that debate where Jim Bob.
So it's the closing statement one.
Yeah, nods his head.
Is it in the 5-minute highlight reel that you did?
It's at the very. It's at the very end of that.
Is it at the?
I think.
Is it your closing statement?
Yeah, my closing statement.
Is it the one
Bro, we're supposed to find 75 stinging swarms in this entire area. I've found 6.
I will send that. We'll see if we can pull that up. Andrew, we can react to it. While we're doing that, I'm going to read. We have super chats that came in. I'll read those. Daniel Stein back again. He's back from timeout because. Oh, you got it right. Thank you, Daniel Stein, all the way in Australia. Appreciate it, man. So bending over for women is more complex than voting on matters of war and presidents that affect families, but yet spreading her legs is more complex. LOL. Andrew, you hard park, here you go. Women. Okay, he wasn't here for that one, but thank you, Daniel Stein. Dendritic dialectic. Oliver creates race-based subgroups to argue white people can't say they hate black people despite higher per capita attacks, but doesn't do the same for sex by his logic. Only women who go to bars can
I'll save you guys.
due to higher assault rates. Do you want to respond to that?
You're welcome.
No,
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Daniel Stein, thank you for those. Appreciate it. $69 TTS. Get them in. Final call if you want to get one in here before we get this wrapped up here pretty soon. We have also Desert Joe. Appreciate it, Desert Joe.
Desert Joe donated $69. Feminism, women are equal to men. Women kill all men. Gets a pass because they're inferior. Men kill all women. Straight to jail because man bad. Someone please make it make sense.
Well, I mean, he's going to insinuate that basically complete strangers he lost the debate to are files. So. Like, let me make it like an appeal to your humanity. Let me try that. I'll make it an appeal to your humanity.
We have a clip, by the way, if you want to
play it.
Before you want to make your point?
Yeah.
This is my Instagram post. This is not the clip. Are you talking about tonight? What I said?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the clip. Play the clip too.
Okay. Here, Mary, do you have that pulled up? There might be another way to do it. Yeah, go ahead and pull it up. Alright, and is Oliver, can you confirm that this is the clip?
Yeah, closing statement.
Alright, so you're gonna have to, Instagram's fucking stupid for playing videos on desktop. You're gonna have to hit the audio button at the bottom, so scroll down on the page. See how it's muted, so hit that, scroll back up. Control mouse wheel, zoom.
I had a prepared closing statement.
Zoom it out a little bit. And we're gonna have to lower the volume, probably put it to 70 at the very top there.
Did a better job than last week.
Yeah, let's try 70. All right, go ahead and play it.
Statement, but since this really didn't go according to any sort of a, guideline that I thought, I'll just kind of say my final thoughts here. I think there still is a massive.
Oh my God! Wait, pause it. Pause. I'm sorry.
That is being made.
Pause. Just click on it. Put it in the video tab. We got to have it on.
You can say till you're blue in the face that this is how society is, this is how it fundamentally will be if we're left to our own devices. But I think one of the beautiful things about humans is that we have the capacity for reason, and we have the capacity to better our society against our biological impulses. And I think that that is something that feminism advocates. Feminism does not say that, denies the difference between men and women, denies that, men are on average stronger than women. It says to men, look, you do have this power. You are stronger. You ought to use it in such a way that does not hurt individuals. And there's an element of paternalism here. I mean, you heard Jim Bob a lot compare, like treating women to treating children. And, I think it's a problem is these people fundamentally, and he's nodding right now, view women as infants, view women as infantilized. And I think that that is why feminism is so necessary, and continue to fight against these ideas where, these people do not view women as, rational human beings. I mean, we had this whole conversation surrounding intellect, and I think that, it's really unfortunate that this is the type of
I want to finish this quest, but Jude, where the fuck is Worms?
And I think that as long as these ideas are continuing to be spread, it only proves the further need for feminism. I really wasn't able to get into a lot of the empirics of the good things of feminism, but there have been many advancements and benefits since the arrival of feminism can be directly attributed to it. Society works better when men and women work alongside each other. Not,
he does. He actually does circle back to it, but the clip is kind of long. Do you remember where the part is where you circle back to that?
Within this conversation today?
Yeah. But you did it in the clip.
In the clip itself.
View women, I said, view women as children.
Yeah, you view women as children.
Yeah.
The idea there that he views women as children, but he has sex with women, is implying what?
Dude,
what's the implication, bro?
I'm not saying there wasn't the implication there. I'm not saying he engaged in any sort of behavior. I don't know what you want from me, Andrew.
I want you to just make it very crystal clear, right? That your stupid ass idea, when we say infantilizing, when I say you infantilize women, that is the case that I am saying that you're kind of treating them like they are children, but you went one step further. You said that he treats them as though they're infants. You're making the inference that he's attracted to women who are fucking infants. You're making the case that he's a PDF.
No. I was not making that using the word infant was the wrong word there. I wanted to say children. I wanted to say infantilized.
So in the same context I am.
Bro, that was what?
Of what?
Where I say like, when we say like you're infantilizing him, it means that you're like not treating them like an adult.
Not treating them like an adult, but I do think when we're talking about viewing them as children, he brought up multiple examples of where he's like, look, okay, if you're in a house and you got to make decisions, and the kids are walking around with their signs and saying they want something, and then you're like, all right, you really put your foot down. The analogy there is comparing women to children.
Yeah, but listen, the way that you present it, though, you also add elements like you did in today's conversation where there's like an attraction element there. And you've already conceded that that is the case. Isn't the inference there that you're trying to give to the audience that these guys are PDFs?
I do not want that. I'm not making claims about individuals, and I understand if my language was partially reckless.
Okay.
That's what I'm trying to say.
All right, and you know what? I'll take the concession there in very good faith and say, fine. If it is the case, you're going to retract that as saying it's reckless, and what you actually meant is just like you're not treating them on par with like equality or this or that. That's fair. But you have to remember that when you clip chimp, as the old saying goes, people aren't getting context well, are they? They're not getting great context.
In that clip?
Even in that clip.
Okay. I mean,
they didn't have like the previous context of your conversation back and forth.
I mean, that's kind
only
of
your characterization of it.
I mean, that's what the clips are. That's what the clips that you post on this channel are.
I don't post any clips on this channel.
I'm not saying you. That's what.
Yeah.
That's what clips are.
The clips that I post are usually 10+ minutes.
Okay, sure.
Why?
Fine, they're full long-form debates.
Because I want to give fucking they're not even long-form debates, but I want to give context. Fine. It's critical.
And that's why when I post a clip, I link back to the original video and watch the whole video. Here's a clip from it.
Well, just watch in the future because you don't want to make these horrible inferences about family members.
Agreed. I was not trying to do that. And to Jim Bob, look, I apologize. Okay, I was not at all trying to insinuate that you engage in any behavior adjacent to that.
You know what would make me feel great about all of this? If you'd apologize again to Jim Bob.
I just did. I said I'm sorry.
Yeah, there you go. All right.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I did not mean. I was making a critique of the ideology and where it could potentially lead, not necessarily that you engage in that behavior whatsoever at all.
That's fair.
That's all I was.
A couple chats here. Audio boosted up, please.
Swommy_Boyka donated $69. Called my wife. I said, make me a sandwich, women, and bend over. Her response, amen. She is 3 years older than me. Work hard, be genuine, and lead, and women thrive. Feminism destroys society. Cheers.
All right. Boyka, thank you very much for the TTS. We have 3 more coming in.
Membirdman donated $69. Oliver, if you weren't intending on slandering Jim Bob, you slandered him incidentally. I would say that's worse because you aren't even aware of when you drag people for no reason. Rethink everything.
So yeah, I mean,
I don't think, in retrospect, with what Oliver says now, where he's like, "Look, I'm sorry, Jim Bob, if that was the case, I wasn't trying to do that." I think that that's as fair of a concession as we could ever get on that particular point. Like a fair one.
Also, I don't know if it's a different clip because I'm pretty sure I watched the closing
there was another one too,
clip,
but I don't remember where it was.
I don't think I saw it in the closing
statement.
What do you mean? No, the closing statement. I don't think I watched the clip. I read the subtitles to it because that clip that we were watching continued. I don't think in that specific. I don't know. I don't know the clip that's being referenced. Maybe it's a different one.
It's just a closing statement clip?
No, there was another one too.
Maybe there was another one, but
how's this work?
In any case, while Andrew was gone, you did say it seemed quite definitive that you were saying Jim Bob or other men view women as, you allege that they view women as infantile, and that they're also attracted to adult women, but they view them as infantile. Ergo, there's a suspicion of PDF-philia.
There's a suspicion of. I'm not claiming that anyone is engaging in any behavior.
Is there anything higher than this?
Illegal or doing anything to children. I'm saying that they're valuing traits in women that can be present in children.
Yeah, but so do you.
And that can be suspicious.
Yeah, but so do you.
What do you mean?
Like inquisitiveness.
That's not exclusive to children.
No, well, wait a second. When you describe the traits of children, give me a single trait that you would describe in a child that you would never associate with a man or a woman.
Never associate with a man or a woman?
Yeah.
Kind of blank slate.
What?
Like not like entirely entirely.
You would associate that with plenty of men and women. What do you mean?
I don't think so. I mean, I think everyone has their life experience, and everyone is not like.
What name? Okay, blank slate's not even a trait. That means there's a lack of traits. Like, what would the trait even be? When you think of like childlike, you think of innocence. You think of like the idea of like like
you need to lead them.
exuberance,
You
and
need-
you
yeah,
think
you
of
need- you need to
think of
lead them.
high energy.
You
think
need to
things
teach
like
them
that.
things. You need to mold them in
Yeah,
your
but
image.
there's probably tons of childlike things that you would say that men and women both are attracted to has nothing at all to do with being attracted to children.
Okay. What I was
Is
talking
that
about
not
is
the
molding
case?
a lot of those other
Okay.
traits. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying wanting to
Bro.
mold someone in your image or having them to like adhere to everything you're saying and have this level of power over someone can be akin to a parent-child relationship.
Have you ever heard?
That's all I'm saying.
Have you ever heard of the term fixer-upper?
Sure.
Okay, and women say this a lot, right? Like, I really like him, but there's like problems in this.
Yeah,
Are
it's
they
weird.
working on that man to like mold him into the thing that she wants a little bit more?
Sure.
Is that what a fixer-upper means?
Could be, yeah.
So is that grooming?
It could be.
But
I'm
is
not
it?
Sure. If it's done, yeah, it could be. It could 100% could. I mean,
Well,
if
then
you're-
women are
if you're
fucking
trying to-
grooming
no,
all
if
the
you're-
time
no, but if
because
you're-
they're
if you're
constantly trying to
no,
mold
wait a second.
behavior.
If you're trying to take advantage of someone and kind of make them into the like your own person, and
I would
strip
argue
them of
all
their
relationships are
individuality.
this way.
Okay, fine. I just don't.
Don't you do that? Like, honestly, don't you do this to yourself? Like, if there's
Oh, I never did
habits
these ones?
or annoyances
I didn't even
or
realize.
various issues you have with your like significant other or woman you're dating or whatever, that you'll say things in order to get them to like break whatever these habits are or these behaviors that you find aren't tailored to you?
I would have a conversation with them. I wouldn't slightly choose.
And the point of the
I wouldn't-
conversation is what?
Is to have a mutual understanding and dialogue.
So
where
that
I'm not,
they
where I'm not-
change.
wait a second, but that's different than telling them what to do. You need to do this because I have the authority, and
well,
this
who
is how it's
cares
going
if
to
it's
go.
just a boundary? If you're just like, look, one of the behaviors that I want is like when I tell you I don't want you to do this behavior, you don't. That is still, it's the same exact thing. You're just molding them to whatever the behavioral standards are that you like.
Okay.
Is that not the case?
I still think there is a distinction there, but I'm not. Look, frankly, we can move along from this topic. I'm sorry.
'Cause he's
for making
losing.
an insinuation, okay? I'm not trying to slander anyone.
move along.
I was trying to make an internal
That's
critique.
fair, that's fair.
That was all. So,
We have 2 more chats, then we'll do closing statements.
Jason Castle donated $69.
Thank you, Jason.
Oliver, what hell? What you did to Jim Bob is what a spiteful woman does when she wants to ruin the reputation of an ex. You lost the debate, so you were spiteful. Andrew is too nice, I punch you.
I was not trying to spite anyone. I'm not trying to slander him at all. I was using the example that was in front of me because he was the one who I debated. I have nothing against the guy, personally.
By the way, Jason, just to be fair to like Mr. Cassell, I'm pretty confident that I said something that might have irked him one night, and he threatened to punch me. And I might have even like maybe had it coming.
Sure.
Yeah. He's that way. Fucking
USMC.
Jason.
Donated $69.
Thank you.
When did Oliver begin his testosterone-lowering regimen? Andrew, keep drinking coffee and beer. Miss you on regular whatever podcasts.
Well, we've had a lot going on. It hasn't been just so that you guys know, from a lack of Brian asking me to come on. He's asked me to come on tons. We've had some differences in schedule, but there's going to be like I'm here right now doing as kind of as much whatever content as possible. I always have loved being on whatever, and I probably will always do it.
Rock and roll. All right, let's do this. Why don't we do closing statements? So I believe we have Oliver going first with your closing statement, and then Andrew, you will.
No, it'd be the opposite.
Yeah.
I open. Well, no. If you open second, I close last. That's correct. And I did open. Did I open first or did you?
You opened first.
Okay.
You opened first, but isn't it?
No. You want to give him the last word if I open first.
Yeah.
But isn't it like you go first?
He
for
went
the open, and then you go second for the close.
You don't get the first and last word.
No.
You get the first word or the last word.
So how it works is this: if you open, right?
Amateur.
If you're the one who opens up and you are the first opener, then whoever's the second opener closes last.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. So whoever's the second opener closes last. That way. It just has to do with like who's in the stronger position. So.
Okay.
Oh no, I'm sorry. No, I fucked that up too. Fuck, I fucked that up too. First opener, last word. That's how it works. First opener. So who had the first opener?
Oh, so you have.
Yeah, so
Then you
Really?
get the last word.
Oh, I get the last
wait, no,
word.
you get the last word.
Who's the first opener?
Oh wait, you're saying first opener.
Last word.
Well, wait, but then.
No, so then if you get the last word,
You get the
if
first and last
you
word,
were you were the first
No,
opener,
no,
so
so
you would go second
If the
in
person,
your close.
if the person, oh, hang on.
All right,
Let
we're
me make sure I
debating
got
now
this right.
who goes to go.
Hang on, let me make sure I got this right, but I think I did.
You went first.
Yes, if you open first, you're in a worse position than the guy who responds to the opener, and that's why you get the last word. I think that's generally how it's.
So you get the first and last word?
No, you're at a disadvantage if you get the first word, but you're at an advantage with the last word.
I don't, dude. Whatever.
But if it is the case that you would prefer,
Yeah, it
that
makes
I
no
go
sense.
first and have-
If you get the first word, the other guy gets the last word. That's how you should do it, right?
happy to do it.
I don't really have a strong preference.
Okay, let's just do this.
I'll just go first.
Let's do this. Oliver, you go first with your closing, then just Andrew, you go.
I could also be being stupid here because maybe I am. Maybe I'm just
Yeah,
being.
you want to go first, Andrew?
I'll just go first. You go
Sounds-
second. Okay. Maybe
I-
that sounds right to me. So, okay. So I caught Oliver in a ton of contradictions in his worldview, a lot of silliness. There was a bunch of other things I wanted to hone down in feminism, but he did a lot of virtue signaling because he didn't want to get into like the age gap argument, even though I think that's completely pertinent because it's part of a feminist worldview. Not only is it part of a feminist worldview, but it's part of trying to label men as being some type of like super predators. But because they know they can never justify any of those claims when we hone in on them, they completely back away from them as quickly as possible. Oliver actually stonewalled the debate for a good 40 minutes, maybe more, by just refusing to engage in this very prominent feminist view. Even though, and to his defense, and then also at his detriment, if it were the case that he didn't have any qualms with it, if he was like, no, I don't have any issues there, even if it's part of a feminist view, I would have moved on. But he actually did have issues there and then just refused to engage, and that's bullshit. And I wouldn't do that back, right? I just wouldn't do that back. This kind of like many of these tangential issues which come up, all of them are actually relational to feminism, especially when we're talking about dating, things like this. I want you to think about all the crazy ass shit that Oliver has said tonight. Oliver has said that he can provide no justifications for his worldview on age gaps, for instance, and then he moves forward and he's like, and I just don't want to engage. I just don't want to, even though I have no way to justify any of the things I'm saying, I don't want to engage. He bit the bullet and said he doesn't really care about incestuous relationships ultimately when it comes to between men and women. Even though, how does this how is this relationship, and yeah, you can go look at it yourself, Oliver, but how does this relationship end up kind of coinciding with feminist
because there's one here.
ideology? Well, it coincides because of the alternative family unit. You may remember we got on this based on alternative families. And when we started diving in, honing in on what alternative families was, Oliver choked again, right? It turns out that he's more akin to our view than we are to his of like the kind of gender correlation and how useful it is towards the kind of dynamic family unit that we want to see in society. Basically, at almost every level, we saw Oliver contradict himself over and over and over again. Now, it's very difficult to summarize because we've been in like a 5-hour debate. I'm used to long-form debates. I don't mind. But just recognize that the only person here tonight who had a consistent worldview, who did not contradict himself, and never had any of it refuted, was me. The person who had his entire worldview refuted on almost every single point was Oliver, and the person who contradicted his worldview was Oliver. Remember, and you guys can go find this clip, if Oliver decides he wants to clip this up, we'll respond in kind, where Oliver says, my viewpoint may not be consistent, but it's still better than yours because it wants better things. And it's like, but if it's inconsistent, how do we even know what the viewpoint really is? Because it contradicts itself so often. Don't believe any of this shit. This is the typical degenerate nonsense, right? When we really start to move into the views, Oliver really doesn't have shit. He was like, this guy doesn't want women to vote. And I said, well, let's get into women voting and the right to vote. The huge feminist issue. What does he say? I don't want to engage. I'm not getting into a conversation about women voting or men voting or the vote at all. I'm not getting into democracy. I'm not getting into how these things socially impact anything else. All of these are feminist points. He doesn't want to engage with any of them, but he's here to defend feminism. He says, well, only on the points I want to defend feminism on. Well, you got to refute my points too. Right? You got to refute mine as well. He didn't make a refutation for any fucking point I made. He can't show you ever that he made one because he never did. I refuted every one of his, though. You'll find this consistently time and time and time again in my debates with feminists. They cannot defend their view. So, and the last word I'll say this, for the purpose of charitability. Oliver was far less annoying than most of the feminists I debate, and he knows enough, at least about philosophy, that we could have a conversation. For that, I tip my hat to Oliver and appreciate it. But ultimately, you're going the fuck out, and you deserved it, because your worldview is totally inconsistent. And I wish you would just, like, if you listened to what I was saying, and then actually made refutations to the points, it would go way better for you. So ultimately, I'll just say this. Thank you for coming out and debating. I really appreciate it. I know it's been a long debate. You're probably not used to those. But in the spirit, again, of charitability, I do appreciate your time and appreciate you coming.
Thank you.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, yeah. Thank you to Brian for hosting this. Thank you to Andrew for coming out. Yeah, this debate has definitely been all over the place. One thing that I will admit is Andrew is better at debating than me. Andrew is better at rhetoric. Andrew is better at framing things, regardless of maybe how fair I think characterizations are. Props to you, Andrew. You definitely won the rhetoric points. What I'm largely arguing for is just visions of society that relate to feminism, and ones that don't relate directly to feminism. But if we're talking about my vision specifically, I am advocating in favor of women having legal equality, having the right to vote, having the right to bodily autonomy, being able to be financially independent, not having to be dependent on a man, having freedom and autonomy in other areas of their life. I think that my position is one that embraces Western values, embraces life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Not this rigid view in which women have to be in this role and men have to be in this role, but individuals themselves, regardless of sex and gender, are empowered to reach their highest potential and are not subjugated from doing so. I mean, you're talking about Andrew's vision in general, you know, he's saying I didn't push back on the points. I mean, fair enough. I didn't make an argument as to why women should be able to vote. Andrew's in favor of repealing the 19th Amendment. The worldview that he advocates for is one in which women fundamentally largely are dependent on their husbands, and he argues that that's a good thing. I think that, you know, that means that women aren't able to participate equally in the political process. And, you know, I think that Andrew's worldview, in terms of the society that he advocates for, and especially his hostility to democracy, makes the worldview that he's advocating more akin to these Middle Eastern countries that he's against, instead of the democracy that we have right now. You know, I'm not going to use that
jihadist, bro.
Andrew.
Wait, Andrew, let it
All right.
Okay, so there are similarities between the worldviews in the sense of the cracking down on what people are able to do and what positions they're able to live in. So, you know, I think on that point, I have presented what I view as the best version of this, and Andrew definitely got me caught in a bunch of different language and rhetorical traps, and I'm not denying that. But I think still, regardless of that, I think my vision is a correct one and one that ought to be embraced, even if I didn't do the best job defending it tonight.
All right, that was great. Thank you, guys. You know what? Here's what we'll do. You guys fine with like a 10-minute roast session?
Of course.
Yeah, we'll do a 10-minute roast and we can banter about a couple things. We do have some super chats that came through. We got Lucas. I reduced
my right to head over this way, though. He'll stick around while we...
Is it Jake?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'll just call him and let him know.
Okay. Yeah.
I'll be right back.
We have, so, $30 TTS for a brief roast session. I'm just going to get this wrapped up soon. We do have Lucas here. Hey there, Cucky. Wow. Wow, Lucas. Oh, it's Lucas. Hey, man. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. Genuine question. Have you ever had your testosterone level measured? What would you think the over-under is on your testosterone level exceeding the testosterone
I don't even have rally yet.
of the average woman?
Hashtag soon.
Next super chat.
Yeah.
He's here.
Oh.
Yeah.
Just have him join the fucking roast.
Okay.
We can have him come.
Yeah, have him come up so we can join the roast. You want me to get him?
I don't have a key to give you. Or you know what? Give me 1 sec, but we'll grab him in just a moment, okay? Give me 1 sec. All right, we got, so, you know, Lucas, this is what I'll tell you. Lucas, this is what I'm going to tell you.
It's basically over. GG. We don't care about the roast stuff. The debate's over. It didn't even get out of the fucking portal, dude. It just straight up immediately died. That's hilarious. Same with that guy.
Abortive and stillborn. 7. Bleeding wounds. 4. Childbed. 2. Executed. 15. Frostbitten. 6. Old age. 1. Removal of blood.
1.
54. Starvation. 3.
Not many people die of old age in the Diablo universe.
We got separated. My friends were cut down. I won't last on my own. Is there no end? Thank you, Wanderer. Without you, I'd be dead.
Full again.
Not fair bit of magic. Very bad luck. Try again. Fair bit of magic. Not much, is it? Very nice.
Bitch!
Until next time.
She robbed me blind.
Need something for it?
Plus 31 Netherlands. Yeah, that's not gonna happen. We ain't home. Pretty sure I don't know anyone in the Netherlands. No one has my phone number.
Come back if you need work.
And then they don't leave a message. Dun, dun, dun. So broken.
You have done much to honor for your role in
Right. Garbage hammer. Whoop-de-fucking-do.
Thank the fates that you live. I will destroy the chalice, and with some luck, thank you for all.
Splintered and broken.
Level 50, boys. We're starting to get there. 10 to go.
Well,
Ooh. I don't really use Judicator, but that's a lot of extra damage.
I waited for one such as you. A proven warrior. Far has the call of the ancients brought me. Even now, be my champion. Accompany me into the glacier. Help me gain the wisdom of the ancients. And give...
Hello.
Be on guard. This glacier has claimed many of my bravest warriors.
I am a kid above that. Let's be honest. Chillin'. Killin'. Still haven't died.
This sorcerer would bar our way. Bring it down.
It's very broken, as you can tell. I'm not even clicking all that much. It's pretty good. And I go into like a special, whenever I use one of these two blue ones, I go into Arbiter mode, which it makes me godlike or angel-like and lashes out.
Strong here. I can feel our purpose beyond that door. We must find a way through.
And I'm Paladin, so I'm constantly healing as well with the Fanaticism? No, Defiance Aura. %2 for every second. I could be running even faster, but I don't have rally.
If us guarding a stone of blood, it may be of use to us.
I'm fairly certain I've never used the potion. Maybe a couple at the beginning of the game. But once I had my skills, not a single time. There's literally no need. Yet. We are playing on normal, right? It's hardcore, so I didn't want to go too nuts.
You're the warrior. He is near. You must not let him consume you too.
I'll be doing the consuming.
No!
These pathetic demons might eat them up like it's nothing.
You are here to answer the call.
PoE, this is definitely not.
Mine, just as those who have come before you.
That was a boss. Can you tell? I couldn't.
Yes, I am Krabbit.
Right?
Once a shaman of the bear tribe.
It's pretty good.
Searching for a way to make amends.
Pretty good damage.
In prison.
So far, that's how the game's been going.
You have succeeded where I failed. Ancestors be praised. Chieftain of the bear tribe, you and your champion have done well. Tell me, what of our people?
They have sacrificed much in our pursuit of the Ancients' call. They have suffered, and they have learned loss.
Strength alone failed us, Dorian. But you have forged new bonds of brotherhood, accomplished much. Take my blessing back to our people. Find a new destiny. Dwell on the past. No more.
Rest well, Krabbit, shaman of the bear tribe.
I do have to say though, a lot of this game is, hey, remember when we made Diablo 2 an amazing game? It's like, yeah, remember? Why? It's full of references to Diablo 2 constantly, which makes kind of sense, right? Because it's like a continuation of the story, but a little too much, I feel. My character, the build is also very. You've got Zealot, you've got Blessed Hammer, right? You could do the Hammer Din type stuff. Like it's very Diablo 2. To a degree, they should, but not maybe a little bit less than. I don't know. It's a hard balance to reach, right? I'm not gonna lie. Like, I mean, look at me. I put the Diablo 2 soundtrack on because I don't like the Diablo 4 soundtrack, right? So I can't really... Giant glass house type thing. I'm also not a big fan of the open world type stuff. I don't know. That's like nice for a couple hours, and then you've seen it's like, yeah, I don't know. I like the structured, like PoE 1, PoE 2, Diablo 1, 2, 3. I like that a little bit more. I was like, oh, but you can see other players. I don't give a fuck about other players unless they're in my game or in my party. You know what I mean? Get out of the way!
So, as I was saying, I don't know precisely where it's hidden, But this is the place.
I sure hope nothing happens to it.
The ring once belongs to my aunt. A gift from my uncle. But she passed a while back. She always spoke.
Of course, it's the one. Where is it? Fuck's sake.
Since he wasn't a man.
Stupido. Oh, maybe not.
Damn it! How can it?
I'm so sorry.
Looking for this?
Hey, that's mine. How?
I've heard you're outside Guran going on and on about some priceless ring. Me and my boys had to see it for ourselves. So, what are you willing to give us for it?
Excuse me. That ring belonged to my family. With my uncle gone, it's rightfully passed to me.
Is that so? Well then I suppose I'll have to kill you so it can pass to me, eh? Get him!
Damn bitch. Know your betters. You would have survived.
Oh, thank you. I'll treasure it for...
Wait. What is this?
This isn't real gold. Oh, this is so like him. I bet he's laughing up at me from the burning hells. You know what? Just keep it. Maybe take it to that weird merchant in the boiling plains. I've heard he collects all kinds of worthless stuff like this. Maybe he'll give you something for it. I'll just find my own way home. I need to be alone.
Ungrateful little shit. So yeah, I'm like, oh, I'm doing quite well in hardcore, but to be fair, the character is like super broken. Doesn't really count, I'm gonna be honest.
I'm sorry, sir.
I'm sure I'll run into a wall at some point as well.
Be at peace with his body recovered.
Peace. I wonder if you would feel the same if this were your turn.
Ancestors keep you.
My boy, the young die. I want every spider in the barrens exterminated. I know not if they feel, if their queen would.
Of course he did. He never trusted us to do anything. My brother Kada is out selling. Oh, and if he's in the middle of a sale, don't interrupt him.
They brought Taiji down from the gate. You want to see him?
Yes, Gan! That thieving Sty Squatter ran off with my precious Tuji. That goat was like a son to me. He had a smile to melt. Now Gan's taken him to Karayisu, beyond my reach. Oh, Tuji.
Million fucking side quests as well. Run here, run there. Oh god. Wrong button. It's not that big. The one on screen is still bigger. Kappa. I mean, it's objectively accurate. Even if you're watching on a mobile phone. You just lying. Where the fuck is this guy? Fucker.
My family was suffering. Now they sleep among the stars.
What?
Thank you.
The hell am I missing? I'm so fucking... What? I'm gonna have to look this up, I think. Can't click on anything either. Oh, wait. Oh. I'm sorry. My man's gonna be devastated. God, the lag on this game is nuts.
No, he's not dead. Tuji always goes into a deep sleep after he gorges on salt. It's his favorite treat. Though, where did he get so much salt from? His...
Oh. Random. There a blacksmith here? It doesn't look like it. Never mind, I'm blind.
Bastard eaters. Carved my brother like a side of pork.
Light a candle for him and go to bed.
Ah, the brutes make a little noise, but our mercenaries are the best in the business. They'll have it sorted out.
Thank you. I should not have sent you there. Forgive.
No. If you have a rash, treat it yourself. I don't want to see another one.
PvP event, what?
So you feel it too. I offer what shelter I can here. Heed my warning. Light protect.
We start with one brick at a time with great works. Meet us at the Lost Monument.
Did my father send you? He never responded to my last letter. My dog. Father kept it. We argued just before I left. He felt it was too dangerous. I was going to come home after I'd saved up enough. Thank you for returning this.
Yeah, definitely don't want to be in this area.
I have the worst luck. We cast lots for this shift. Again. Barely made it back alive last time. The pay is high, but what good is coin if I don't have a solution for the corpses? I just want to I don't know how they originally came to be. Same as all I know is the old Zakaru March did piss all to quell their numbers. Added to them, in fact. No one is...
What is this? It is done.
I still don't want to give up the advance. It like doubles the distance I would make. It's kind of nice. I really want a mercenary so I can double up on the Holy Light. That would basically, it would nearly double my damage, right? Just kinda crazy when you think about it.
grant me the strength to continue to carry out your will.
That voice sounds familiar.
Welcome, traveler. Your day of glory is at hand. With your sacrifice, the rebuilding of this world can begin.
Maybe not. It sounds like the, oh, greetings, stranger. I've not seen your can around here for a long time. From Diablo 2. It's probably the same guy as 30 years later. Becoming injured. Good luck with that. I never go below 100 HP. 100%. Oh, okay, what was that? Why was I stuck?
Greetings.
I'm not sure what that did. Hidden from enemies. Okay. Lame. Whoa. That's nice. Except for the skill. The rest was nice. Oh my god, Blizzard. They really fired all of their talent, huh?
You return! Just in time for the end of my shift. It's been quiet here, thanks to you.
Alright. Almost done with this fucking... What's with the lag? Shit's gonna get me killed.
Hells be damned. What is this?
Okay, I have no idea where where she is. What I miss? Do I have to go in the thing? Usually it just updates them. Let's go in there. Yeah, no. Weird. Hmm. Oh, she's right there.
Poor soul.
Wonderful. Now outsiders witness your wailing. Ignore my brother, please. The chief...
I've had enough rest to last a lifetime.
The cannibals maimed him. Ancestors were watching over him because the others were unrecognizable. I await the day I can avenge. If you would kill the cannibal.
Mongrel flesh-eaters see our shame. Seasons against the cannibals have left scars deeper than the now. Some of my most battle-scarred. I do not believe they are dead.
Excuse me. Hello? Thank you. Jesus. Oh. Peculiar. Oh, there they are. Is that it? Because it was. They did die that easily. Yeah. From the name, I thought it was like a manual or something, to like a talkie-talk. Didn't realize it was just a bite. It's just garbage. Garbage, Sharon.
The outsider succeeded where I failed.
Don't be foolish.
I can't help it.
I'm not gonna lie, that's very... that last part was very, I recognize it. Stop touching your wound! I can't fucking help it, okay? Like... Just wanna poke it, you know, maybe it helps. Like, I know it doesn't, but...
We watched them, learned from them. They consume flesh to take the strength of those who are weak. To carry them inside them.
Honor?
Yes. As we carry our ancestors with...
Honor.
She's gonna kick his ass off of the cliff. This is so obvious.
Only a beast would see them as a meal.
But by eating them, we honor...
You have no honor.
Could it have been more telegraphed?
It seems we've lost more than flesh against the cannibal. We've forgotten who we are. If we are to have any chance against the cannibals, meet me at the burial grounds of our ancestors. We will return the spears of the Crane tribe to the hands of their children. The symbols of the honored dead will rally the strength of the living.
Always make me run left, run them right, then back to left. Make up your goddamn mind.
Soaked these fields with demon blood. These fiends trespass upon their betters. The cairns of our ancestors, defiled by beasts. Their filth cannot quiet the glory that echoes through these stones.
Not having an overlay map is just outrageous.
Drain tribe held these lands long before they were fouled by demons. The blood upon these fields proved we did not go quietly.
Bro, I wish these people would stay closer, man, because if they're not near me, they don't get the thing, and I don't get my double damage. Like, it's kind of annoying. Oh.
The ancestors' strength returns. I will see these spears back to Hutmut.
I guess she fucked off. No longer following. Wonderful. I just lost a chunk of damage. Or I should say clear speed, because, you know, the damage still good. We should talk in terms of clear speed, to be honest, at this point. See what I mean? It's a little ridiculous.
Decades with our War Master, not a scratch. Days with the Tri. The haft is destroyed, and the head will fracture before it must be repaired. Raycor's glory. I require a demon's horn to reforge the head. A fiend hardened by fire. Silver quartz will mend the haft. Bring them to me.
Like I said, go left, go right, go left, go right, go left, go right. Make up your fucking minds. Jesus. I don't mind side quests, but my god. Oh.
Forge awaits your return. Faith is with you, I can tell. Fine. The next, fate. The win next will be better. Fine. The win next will be better. Fate smiles.
Oh, these are all fucking garbage.
Fate smiles.
Get this one because that gives me more armor. And more armor means more damage. Does this work? Oh. I guess this one's special. Okay, it's tiny amounts of experience. Nice. Okay, that was the reason why I was freaking out so much. Fucking hell. Ow, I actually took damage there. Did we get all? Yeah, I got all of these. It's all garbage.
We're getting separated. My friends were cut down. I won't last on my own. Is there no end? Thank you, Wanderer. Without you, I'd be dead.
Oh my god. Oh.
To move down the road of whatever that social can.
Want to come out here, you know. He wanted to stay with Father in Ket Bardu. I'll have to tell Father.
This must have belonged to a traveler. I'll put it here with the other offerings.
Surely this is like a... Shouldn't it tell me then? I should see that on the map if that was a stronghold.
Not mine so much as the overseers per se, but yes. What a lucky find. This ring has a dark history of greed. Lustrous upon first glance, but ultimately worthless to sell. And what's worse, whosoever covets and steals the ring is cursed, marking them for death. I do hope, however, it came into your possession. It was given freely. But probably best I hang on to it, just to be safe.
Bagger off.
Please, no. You're from Quran. No. If you need help, she was fine when we left, but today she just snapped. I have an idea. I kept a stash of uncommon medicinal herbs in the hideout, in the caves northwest of here. Perhaps the smell would help ground her. And take this. Fill it with the herbs if they're still there. Please hurry.
Bro,
Stay here.
the accent the voice actor was putting up was racist as fuck. Holy shit. That was bad. That was bad. Yeah. It's a nice amount of toughness, but it'll really wreck my damage. Because of the less armor. Actually, that'll be fine. What was the side quest even? That one. Yo, apparently there was a giant fuck-off explosion at a dairy factory in Iran. Very likely not related to foreign or protests. Whoa. That's pretty big. That doesn't seem like a dairy fucking factory. What the fuck explodes like that from, like the guy here says, which chemicals in dairy production explode like that? Affiliated with the IRGC. Another explosion now in East Tehran? Is that a different one? I don't know who this is either. Some rando. Right? What do you mean, dairy farm? Dairy farms don't explode like that, dude. What the fuck? And then you read affiliated with IRGC. Sorry, did I say farm? I meant factory. My bad. This guy's an idiot. From this angle, it looks like an atomic bomb. Bro, it looks nothing like an atomic bomb. That in a mushroom cloud. I mean, it kinda is, but not the right kind. That's just topping out. But it was definitely an explosion, because if it was a fire, that right here wouldn't happen. That's the explosion right there. Some in the Iranian opposition claim the site is connected to the Revolutionary Guards. So yeah, big fuck off explosion in a dairy plant for some reason. That's kind of weird, I'm not gonna lie. Since when does milk explode like that? Yeah, I can't find... I was hoping for the initial explosion. I wanted to see the explosion. Because the smoke trail is surprisingly big for a dairy plant explosion. No, is that just me? Seems a little weird. Okay. I know everyone hates AI, right? But come on. Sometimes it's just worth it. I didn't even realize it meowed. Come on, bro. That's fantastic. Let me in. Come on. That's fucking great. Oh god.
A sturdy horn and a fair amount of silver quartz. The ancestors led you well. Though the axe will take a new form, it will be stronger than ever. But it deserves to collect more than dust. To taste demon blood again. It should be in the hands of the worthy, one to wield it with purpose. If you meet the Triune again, remind them of our strength. Oxen does not yield.
You've returned. Oh, finally. Give me the herbs. No.
What's up there?
I know, my dear. Now just give me a minute to brew this tea. There. Oyun, how do you feel? What? Where? Oh. Better, I think. Yes. Oh, Solaya. I'm so sorry. I don't know what came over me. There was a spell, and then that place. There's no need to apologize. I never expected you to be fine after every single thing. Now, drink your tea. Rest. She seems to be calming down for now. Once she's stabilized, I can go and collect more of those herbs. Thank you. Wait, I have a favor to ask. My journal's over there. Will you take them with you? Please. Take them far away from here.
Meow.
I see dark. It matters not. I will teach you. No witchcraft here. Only honest magics.
I don't understand this at all. Would have to read up on that shit.
You can take what's left.
What do I want? Deck speed, right? Since the Holy Light scales with it? I guess I can't do that. Hmm. Well, I have no fucking idea. No idea. Wait, can I choose both of these? No, just one. I think this one's probably better. Not bad. %99 instead of 100 because it got 34.5 instead of 35, but whatever. Close enough, I guess.
Nice.
Alright, I'm gonna take 30 minutes to an hour because I'm starting to get. Ugh. So we are going to grab some food and then I'll be back. So stay tuned. Back soon. Peace the hell out for now, boys.